Yeah, so hello and welcome everybody to my first ever stream on Twitch, or at least first ever stream on this account, just to be precise. I have actually streamed before, but I haven't really streamed before for this channel and, for this audience. So I hope everything is understandable. I'm turning down the game's audio settings as we speak. So I hope you can all hear me. And welcome. So, I have with me a nice lemon lemonade in a fitting prancing pony mug. And yes, it does come in pints. And some nice salted almonds. So I hope everyone has a drink and a snack right now, or maybe if you're watching this later, I will likely be uploading this to YouTube afterwards. Let's get into this game. So, I think anyone watching will probably know me from the YouTube videos I make on the details of the Lotro maps. I try to compare all the content inside Lotro against the books, the Lord of the Rings books, and highlight any details that I find interesting, and in that way hope to show kind of the complexity of this game and why I like it so much. And very often during playing the game, I felt like I read things, I recognized things that I really wanted to show or tell someone while I was playing. So I figured out, why not do a stream sometime? And that's what this is going to be. So we're going to play the game. We're gonna do it in a way that really puts the emphasis on the lore, on the background, and also just enjoy the game, share my passion for it, and I hope everyone will enjoy that. So if there's anything wrong with the audio, please let me know. I'm just gonna have the video game audio run in the background. And of course, I think when I look at my OBS, I'm pretty sure that my voice should be quite clear to hear. I'm gonna check it just real quick, just to be sure, because you know anytime the heat is on, everything will always go wrong, especially when you're live. So, alright, so I've got a laptop with me, and that's because I want to be able to Google things. If we run across anything that's not really easily found in the books, I'll try to Google it on Talking Gateway or the Lotro wiki, and I'm checking that right now to see if my audio is working, and I'm pretty sure that we're good. And I also hear some game engine in the background. Alright, perfect. Right, so with that out of the way, settle in and let's get started. This is not my main account. This is another account that I made when the anniversary festival was ongoing. Because I wanted to have another account with all those freebies. And in case I ever wanted to stream, I created this one. My original plan was to play a warden, but I also wanted to play a hobbit. And I'm not going to delete this warden because I got all the free goodies from the anniversary on this warden. So what we're going to do is create a new character. It's going to be a hobbit, and that's because mainly I want to spend the first part in the Shire. The Shire lore-wise I think is the most interesting in my personal opinion. I would like to play a class that I've never really played before. My main character is obviously a lore master. You could maybe tell from my channel name that that's my favorite class. So why don't we pick the lore accurate option and get a burglar for ourselves? So some of you who watch this may not necessarily know much about this game or know this game at all. So let me explain some of the things that we can see over here. So obviously we have kind of the standard Lord of the Rings races. We have hobbits, dwarves, elves, and men. Some of them are variations. Beornings are men, High Elf is a form of elf, and a Stout Axe is a form of dwarf. So they're all inspired by the books, and all the classes are inspired by specific characters inside the books. So, for instance, I think the Hunter is, based on Aragorn or Legolas usually, because it's ranged, but they also have a lot of tracking, so there's a ranger part over there. The Guardian is inspired by Sam because he protects Frodo all the time, so he's basically tanking for Frodo is what they're saying. The Captain, I believe, is Boromir, but I'm not entirely... Oh, Eärnur, actually, the last king of Gondor. It says it at the bottom. So the minstrel is inspired by Luthien de Nuviel. I think you know her from the Silmarillion if you've read it. Quite a famous character. Aragorn sings about her in the marshes while they're camping over there. But the one I obviously want to play when we're playing a Hobbit is the Burglar. Because the Burglar is, well, who else could it be? It's, of course, inspired by Bilbo Baggins, the most famous burglar in the entirety of fantasy, basically. Yeah, so we're gonna go with the Burglar. I've never played a Burglar before. I think it's very exciting and for Lotro standards quite an iconic class. So let's go with the Burglar and create a Hobbit Burglar. Also, I see that we have already 3 viewers, so I'd like to welcome all of you to this stream. Yeah, please feel free to ask me any questions in the chat. I've never really done this before, but I hope you're all gonna enjoy this stream that we're gonna be on together. So, let's go into the character creator. So another fun thing, I'm just gonna run down every interesting tidbit about Lord of the Rings Online, especially if it's lore related. So some of these things might feel like very obvious if you've played the game a lot. But maybe there are also people watching who haven't played it a lot and don't know some of these things. And that's what this stream kind of is for. So we have 3 types of hobbits. These are all canon. Yeah, it's not really races. They're more families, I'd say, or houses of hobbits. They're all described in the introduction of the Fellowship of the Ring. They all have kind of different characteristics. For instance, the Harfoots, you might know them from Rings of Power. They're described as having a bit more of a swarthy hide. I believe they live in the southern part of the Shire. They're responsible for the pipeweed farming then, probably as well. The Stores, for instance, are described as being one of the few types of hobbits wearing boots. You might have seen them in the map Enedwaith. There's a hobbit camp over there. And we have the Followhides, and I'm kind of drawing a blank on what's special about the Followhides. So, well, I'm sorry, Followhides, if you're a Followhide fan. So let's choose one of these. I think we're gonna go with a store, I think I would like a store. The store always seemed to me like kind of the more adventurous type of hobbits, so I'd say that those are more than likely the people who would be willing to exit the Shire in search for adventure. Well, Meloil dear, thank you for your enthusiasm. I hope you'll learn something interesting from these streams, and I hope you enjoy yourself as well. Right, so another fun thing about the character creator is that you get naming guidelines. These naming guidelines are based on what Tolkien did. Obviously, Tolkien was he was a philologist, he knew a lot about languages, he was very particular about the names that he chose for his characters. So for instance, Frodo might be sound like a bit of a silly name, but it's an existing name. I'm not exactly sure from which language, I'm not very adept at that, but I highly recommend you Google it. Google the names. One fun fact I know is that all the names of the kings of Rohan that are named, so Fengel, Thengel, Theoden, they're all versions of the word king, basically. So they're all kind of named king. They're all other names for the word king. So that's a very funny thing. But you get a naming recommendation for your character, and I believe, I'm not quite sure, but I believe the randomized name thing kind of incorporates that into the name. So the most lore accurate thing would be to use this name generator, or to look at the examples below. Not a big fan of the examples below, they're a bit samey. So I think I'm gonna try to just name it after myself. Or am I not? No, I should try to do something lore accurate, right? This is a lore accurate stream after all. Sorry, I'm taking the lazy route and I shouldn't. So, Hobbitmen of the Store kindred either take simple names ending in O, or aristocratic names drawing from the Frankish and Gothic languages. Well, I have no idea what Frankish or Gothic is, so I might as well pick something that ends with O. Something that I often do if I don't know how to create a character is just click the random button, wait till something pops up that I like, and maybe edit it a little bit. Just to see how long it takes until I get a name that I really enjoy. Critlow sounds kind of interesting for a burglar. Maybe that's a good one actually if you make it to Crito, because the burglar I believe can get very high criticals if you know how to play a burglar, which I don't. So Crito would be a very fun name for a Hobbit burglar. So let's see if it's available. Yes, it's available. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, great. By the way, let me know if the audio is fine. I'm trying to... I use the game as a background audio. So if my voice is too loud or the game is too soft or the other way around, please let me know. Oh, wait. I totally forgot to... I forgot that you can actually, like, use the character builder. I'm a genius. Well, you know, then we're just gonna go with the standard Hobbit, I guess. The most boring Hobbit that you could think of. And enter Middle-earth. Audio is all good. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Take a sip of my drink during the loading screens. Sponsored by the Prancing Pony. I wish I was, but I'm not. Alright. Seems to be loaded.
While out for a night
there we go.
Stroll in the Shire,
yeah.
There is a certain unpleasant feeling lingering about. Something on the air is strange tonight.
There we go.
Perhaps it is only the unseasonable chill or the great darkness of this particular evening. But surely it is nothing noteworthy, for this is the Shire, and it is rare indeed for any evil to touch this land.
So I hope the voice is understandable when you're watching the stream. I think I'll mostly let it run out as we play because it's very cinematic. What I'm doing right now is actually enabling my character's name. I always like doing that. I always play with my character name present, so I'm turning it on. Yeah, so we're in the Hobbit introduction. I'm gonna skip most of the tutorials. This is not really going to be about how to play the game because I'm definitely not the best creator to look for about actual gameplay tips. I'm just more for the lore and the story. But we are doing a fine evening stroll. We're in the Green Hill country. That's the place where the hobbits were walking through the forest while they were being chased by a ringwraith. So just so you know where we kind of are inside the Shire. And this is a bounder. Bounders are kind of similar to police, basically, in the Shire.
What's your business on the road?
So he's a bit startled. And here we see a satchel. So an odd chill in the air tonight. Well, we'll soon see what's causing that. But meanwhile, I'm gonna get my dual knives, which is of course a very hobbity. And immediately in the inventory we have some anniversary junk that you get. I'm sure a lot of you will be familiar with that. If you have a lot of like expansions or festivals, your inventory gets filled with all sorts of pointless stuff. Well, not technically pointless, but for now not very important. Right, so a little duel. I have no idea what any of these skills do. Once again, I have no idea how to play a burglar. I just used all of them and their cooldowns are very long. Alright, this was good enough. And there we go, there they are. So, people who only watch the movies might be confused that there are only 3 hobbits here. So the way Frodo leaves the Shire in the books is very different from the movies. In the movies, he's kind of pushed away. He's taken away by Gandalf. Gandalf says, "We have to go now. Pack all your things and leave." And he does, together with Sam. And on the way, they meet Merry and Pippin, and they go to the Prancing Pony and such. Well, in the books, the plan for leaving is there for a very long time, but Frodo is waiting for Gandalf to return from... in the meanwhile, he's going to Isengard. And he's stuck there, so it's too late to travel with Frodo, and at some point Frodo gets anxious and decides to leave, and he actually sells his house, Bag End. It's no longer his. He sells it to the Sackville Bagginses, which are some very nosy, annoying cousins of his, who always wanted the house. And he buys a house called Crick Hollow in Buckland, a village across the river, not actually in the Shire anymore, basically. And alright, there we are. Some intimidating ring wraith action. I love this. This is really cool. It really shows how intimidating they are compared to simple hobbit folk. And this black screen is the dread effect. So when your health in low throw is called morale, because it's basically your will to fight, not your actual health status, and it gets lower when you're afraid because your morale lowers. But where was I? Oh yeah, the difference between the books. So yeah, in the books, Frodo leaves, and Pippin, Merry, and Sam are all aware of it, and they're his friends already, basically. So Merry is already at his new house in Crick Hollow because he's moved all of Frodo's stuff, basically. So they travel with three. Pippin, Sam, and Frodo. They travel through Woodhall and all sorts of things, and then they meet Merry at Crick Hollow. And that's why you only saw 3 hobbits on the road just now. So that's already a major difference between the movies and the books. And we've only just gotten started. So let me dispatch these spiders real quickly. There we go. I love this tune, by the way. I believe it's called Trouble in Tuckborough, or it also plays during that instance, and it's great. It's really cool hobbit fighting music. It really reminds me of the Scouring of the Shire. So I think I'm not really sure how to handle book spoilers at the moment. So maybe I'll try to keep that on a low, especially since some people in the chat are in the process of reading the books. So I'll probably avoid some of the big endgame the spoilers things at the end of the movies, except for the common lines. I think hello, Ardent Esoteric, very much welcome to my stream. Hope you enjoyed. We'll be looking at the Lord of the Rings Online tonight in a bit of a lore perspective with lore glasses. So yeah, settle in, get a drink. We're playing through the Hobbit introduction at the moment. I'm playing a Hobbit burglar called Critto because we're going for those crits. And yeah, I was just saying that I'm gonna be, I think, a bit careful on some of the book spoilers. But you know, I'm assuming most people know the major lines, at least from the movies. You know, that guy probably dies. Sorry if you didn't know that yet. Right. I've actually forgotten why we're actually going through this area, through this particular area. Oh, thank you very much for the compliment on my videos. Yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoyed making them. So for those who don't know, I make videos on YouTube where I cover the details in Lord of the Rings Online maps. All areas are divided into specific maps, and I read through all the quests, go through all the areas, and look for details, basically. So we'll probably come across a few of them while we're doing this stream. But that's basically my bread and butter. I've been doing it for almost half a year now, and it's been really fun. So if you're interested in that kind of content, visit my YouTube channel, Burning Embers, on YouTube. Yeah, I'm on the 9th episode. I uploaded the 9th episode yesterday on the Great River, and I'm really happy with that one. It came out really well. Oh, I think we're in trouble. There goes our bounder friend. And there goes Mundo, Sackville Baggins. So are we gonna get out as well? They're looking for a Mr. Baggins. Well, I'm pretty sure they got the wrong one. Even though we know where the proper one is. Oh, no, I'm knocked out as well. So, this is unfortunate. We're now taken away from the Shire. This is part of the Hobbit introduction. It'll become a bit more clear later. I hope personally that we'll get back to the Shire within this stream, because I'm really mostly interested in the Shire, even though the area that we're going to now is really fun. It's really great to play through. It's called Archet. Small spoiler. It's mainly populated by humans at the moment, but I'm gonna try to go through that very quickly and get back to the Shire, because who doesn't love the Shire? I mean, come on. So this is Strider, Aragorn. He has rescued me, which is very kind of him. My guess is that he's chasing these brigands because they are looking for Frodo, and he's of course trying to protect Frodo. And look who we have here. another, or perhaps the same, probably another Black Rider. So this happens often in the game, that something dramatic happens and you are not able to move. So currently I'm afraid of the Nazgul, can't move. And that's used to do like dramatic exposition, which I'm a big fan of in this game. Perfect moment to take a sip of this lovely Prancing Pony mug.
Come, hobbits, it is safe now.
So I hope you all have sat in with a nice drink as well. And Aragorn's companion has been, well, not killed, but knocked out by the Black Rider.
This was a dire turn.
And now we get a small cinematic.
Wounded by a Black Rider, the Ranger Umdir escaped with his charges into the wild, making his way back to the village of Archet.
There, Captain Brackenbrook, a retired sellsword, has allowed Strider and his companions to stay and take respite from their cares.
Yeah, very old school cinematic, I would say. They get a bit better later in the game. Of course, you can tell the older content from the newer just by watching. Yeah, so now we're in Breland, in Archet. So just to give you an idea, well, this is maybe a bit too zoomed out, but we're right next to the Shire. This region is called Eriador. It's where the first part of the game takes place. The Shadows of Angmar is the first expansion content set of the game. It's only in this area. And now we have a small introduction in Breland. And after we finish this introduction part, we go to the Shire. So okay, well, immediately we are hit with the famous Lotro lag. So Lotro's architecture is quite old. Which is leading to a bit of lag on the server side quite often. Yeah, I know they're working on it, Standing Stone Games, but alright, so we have some choice here. I've always played light armor classes. That's kind of my thing, so we're obviously going for the medium armor. And yeah, more armor is more better.
Perhaps you can help, my friend. Captain Brackenbrook will not heed my warnings.
Right. So, Aragorn is trying to warn the local population of the brigand threat. So, those brigands that captured me, they are going to attack the town, basically. They are looking for a Baggins. It's actually Mundo Sackville Baggins that they're looking for here. The guy, one of the hobbits that got knocked out in the introduction. Because his name is Baggins and they think that's the Baggins that they need. They're obviously mistaken, but... yeah, so that's a good question. Actually, I was tempting to do that, to wait for the before the Shadow expansion to start playing. When I make my videos, I'm not really that much into following current news or anything. I don't really make reactionary videos. Let's put it like that. So level up, very nice. Did I actually equip my daggers? Yeah, I did. I just have more daggers. Are they better? It's better than one of them. But I kind of felt like this evening, yeah, I was just really feeling like streaming. So I figured, you know, why wait if I really feel like it? And maybe I will actually stream that content because it's going to take a very long time if I have to make videos all the way up until that area. So yeah, but I was just kind of feeling it tonight and thought, you know, screw it. I'll just start and see how it goes. So yeah, for the people who don't know, the next coming expansion is going to include a new starter level area and a new, basically, from level 1 leveling experience. Which of course would make sense to stream that instead of this. But yeah, I began. Well, choice between a mace, a dagger, and a sword. Always choose a sword. I mean, a sword is cool as hell. So, in combat with the dummy. Okay, I'm still being attacked by this puppet. I do want it now, though. So, yeah, there we go. Sword in the offhand, even more cool. Okay. So we have to convince him that we kind of know what we're talking about. So we're gonna do some jobs for him, basically. Yeah. So we are in a village called Archet. It's right next to Bree. This is this is Bree over here, the city where Aragorn meets the hobbits. And in the books, you don't visit these villages. So this one is called Archet. One nearby is called Combe or Coombe. I'm not quite sure. And Staddle. Those are all mentioned. So when the hobbits leave leave Bree with Aragorn, Aragorn mentions, or the narrator basically, there's some form of narrator. While there's some comment sometimes from a sort of narrator type figure on the surrounding areas. I believe that's how these villages get mentioned. So what do I actually have to do? I gotta look at these quest objectives. Yeah, wolves, kill wolves. So these villages are mentioned in the books, and that's why they do have some. I'm definitely gonna enable auto loot. I really don't see why you wouldn't. How do I? Maybe loot is a better. Yeah, always loot all. Let's go. I'm not gonna bother with clicking everything all the way. So yeah, so there is a book precedence for Archet and Combe. They are mentioned, and the nice thing of an MMO like this is that you are actually able to visit these places. That's one of the main things that I really like about Lotro, that it kind of places the focus more on the places you haven't been yet. And I just love that. So now we're gathering Kingsfoil, Athalas for Amdir, because he has been wounded by the Black Rider that we saw a moment ago. So that's obviously the logical thing you would do. It's Middle-earth Medicine 101 for if you're a ranger, at least. Otherwise you'd think it's weed, apparently. So we're going up this small ruin over here, and if you've seen my videos, you probably know some of this already, but these ruins are part of the Kingdom of Arnor, so we know of the Kingdom of Gondor in the south, but there was also a similar human kingdom to the north. If I remember correctly, the famed Isildur was actually ruling Arnor, while his brother was ruling Gondor. I'm not entirely sure on this, I might have to look that up. So on the world, Gondor is over here, Arnor was over here, basically. So the area of Breland was included in that kingdom, so any time in the early areas of the game, if you see ruins like this, they're always Arnorian of origin. So that's why this ruin is here, but the local population might not even know that anymore. I really have to look at what these skills do in a moment, because I'm just doing whatever, and there's probably a logic behind it. Okay, investigate this place. We were told by Calder Cop to investigate this place, a guy we had to do a quest for, and someone is trying to assassinate us. There we go. And he shouldn't have tried that, because now I killed him. While playing Lotro, it's probably better not to think about how many people you actually murder while you play the game. Oh my god, yeah. Let's not dwell on that too much. So let's see what these skills do. Quick sharp stab, so just damage. Deals damage even after bleeding, damage over time. Great. Strike the enemy, dealing more damage from behind. That's important. That's the actual burglar gameplay over there, I think. So I should probably try to do that a bit more. So yeah, this is a really lovely area. It's really pretty. It's great to walk through. And there we see the famous leg. It takes a little time before things kind of get recognized by the game. So there we go. So it's not actually too strange to find brigands here in this area. During during the Lord of the Rings, Bree does get attacked actually by brigands, and that's because the Rangers have all basically left. Because yeah, Aragorn is obviously helping Frodo and such, so the presence of the Rangers in the north becomes a lot less. And especially the Rangers actually help Aragorn around the beginning of the Return of the King. A lot of them travel to Aragorn to help in the war, so then most of their presence is basically gone in the north. Yeah, I probably should do these side quests, because otherwise I'm not gonna be a high enough level. I'm kind of skimping over them. If you have questions about them, feel free to ask. I know them very well, and I really want to get back to the Shire, so I'm trying to get through this area as quickly as I can. But yeah, so during the Lord of the Rings, the influence of the Rangers in the north really decreases, and that's where brigands and other dangers kind of see their chance to get more of a presence in the region. So that's a big part of the story of Breeland in general. Actually, oh, and there we go, rubber banding, very nice. Yeah, so it's not too strange to see violent people here. It's not that peaceful, this place. It was under protection at some point. It's not anymore. Ah, look, a lore master. My main character is a lore master. I really love lore masters. They're great. And they have pets, which is really cool. And they look like Gandalf, basically. So, if you have a... So, what do I actually have to do? I forgot again. I have to kill boars. Those are in the forest, I believe. And collect bilberries. No idea what bilberries would be, but... probably is delicious. Oh, there are boars here. And a lot of Blackwold spies. So the Blackwolds are the brigands that are threatening this area. So I'm really excited to get some more skills, because so far the combat's a bit basic because you don't have a lot of skills yet. And I don't feel like it is a very hobbitish thing to, you know, only be killing animals. But you gotta eat, apparently. Go. And we have to go to Cal Sprigley on his farm. Oh, the last boar that we need. These cooldowns are really long. I really should try to get those side stabs in, I think, because otherwise it's gonna take a long time. Yeah, so these piglets, their health bar is yellow, which means they won't attack you when you walk by them. Which is good to know. And if it's red, they will attack you. And some of them will threaten you first and then attack you. Kind of changes for each mob. Cal Sprigley, local farmer. Level up. So he's very much aware that there's danger. Gonna do his assistance side quest as well. So the bilberries are in the forest. And there's also another side quest of his farmhand. He's lost a few farmhands, so we're gonna look for them. Well, we'd love to find them alive, obviously. Ooh, a cloak. There we go. That's great. Who is this? A captain. The other character, I've played two characters before. One of them is a level 140 lore master, and the other one is somewhere stuck in Moria, and it's a captain. I don't know how I managed to play that captain for so long, because I'm not a very big fan of the captain class in the end. To me it's a bit boring, but they do have a guy running after them all the time, which is fun, I suppose. So yeah, all these farmhands are dead, unfortunately, which really shows how dangerous the situation here is. And those are the bilberries that we'll be looking for. This looks great. This place looks really great. So part of making those YouTube videos is also very much looking at the landscape, trying to find places to capture good footage. Because apart from like the background part, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I see often that people kind of hate on the way Lotro looks on its graphics, and personally I know, yes, obviously it's dated, it's old, but for its age, you know, it's not. There is beauty in it, especially if you don't look too far. The render distance is obviously horrible, but like, I don't know. To me, this does the job it needs to do. It's good enough to me. So that's also kind of a goal of those videos, like to show like this game can be very pretty if you look at the right places. It's very beautiful, and I think the devs really have a good taste and try to get the most out of their engine that they can. Especially if you look like the newer areas, like Northern Mirkwood looks awesome. It looks really, really good. It's also very lore accurate. I'm doing those map detail videos following the Fellowship, so it's gonna be a while before I reach that map. But oh man, am I going to go to town over there? There's so much great, like, yeah, so much detail in that area, like the twinkling animal eyes in the distance and such. It's awesome. But yeah, it looks great, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of maps, especially the early ones, have been kind of updated with time. There have been small. I'm pretty sure it didn't look like this in 2007. I'm quite sure. But yeah, it looks great. The style is great. I really love it. Not getting too cluttered yet. Oh yeah, so our story quest. We've done all these side quests. You know what? Let's upgrade the dagger first. I mean, the dagger does kind of feel like the true burglar weapon, doesn't it? Stab someone in the ass, basically. Not like gear is very interesting at the moment anyway. You just pick something and you don't have that much choice. But yeah, so we're gonna try to plea for aid at Combe. Combe is the area, the village next to Archet, basically. It's the neighbors. And we can't. We are blocked off, which of course is very dangerous. If you are gonna get attacked, you're stuck here. Yeah, so we're really being pushed into a corner by these brigands, and so this is actually the same introduction as the humans have in Lotro. So if you play a human character, that includes the Bjorning, I believe, then I believe it includes the Bjorning. Then you start here, so you have your introduction in wherever your race is from, and then you do the first. Well, we're gonna find out how long it takes to get through here. Not too long, I think. You do that here, and then you get sent to your own starter area. So for humans, that's Breland. For the elves and dwarves, that's Edit Luin, which is the elvish name for the Blue Mountains. And the hobbits get sent to the Shire, which I'm really keen to get into. I really like the Shire in Lotro. I've at some point during leveling, you get into Moria, and Moria has like 10 areas to get through, so it takes really long. Also, great map, really well adapted from the books, but it does get tough to get through at some point. It's really long, it's really dark, really hard to navigate, difficult enemies sometimes, and I would actually go out of Moria, travel to the Shire, just walk around, be done with all the darkness for a moment, and then go back in. It's really great. I'm also really excited about the Yonder Shire. I really want to go to the Yonder Shire, but it kind of feels a bit stupid to do the quests there when you're really overleveled. So maybe after the Shire, I believe after Breland comes the Yonder Shire. I probably would do that on this character. If I continue streaming, that is. I don't have any specific plans. Just felt like doing it tonight. So, did all these sides. She has another one. Yeah, we got some tea. She made some tea for Amdir.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really help him, but it's a nice gesture because she's a nice hobbit. Okay, get some more gear. And get some ragged pants. Okay, so now the mayor of the town, he is aware of the danger, and he doesn't know what to do. Very decisive leader, apparently. But his son is nearby. He's kind of had an argument with his son, but his son should probably be able to help us. He's a hunter. So we're going to go to the Hunter's Lodge, which is right next to here, and speak with his son. John Brackenbrook, I think he's called. Oh. I got some lemon and mint lemonade, and I added some sparkling water to it. So now it's basically soda, but it's great. Hydrates me very well. So we're already level 4. I don't really remember how high of a level you have to be before you're kind of safely able to leave the area. So maybe we don't have to do all the side quests here. I'm kind of racing through them at the moment. Oh, this place also looks really good. This pond over here with the reflection. Don't know if any of you saw the video by Josh Strive Hayes. He's a very big MMO YouTuber. I don't know how many subs he has, around 1 million, I think, or at least in the 100,000s. He made a video about Lotro a little while back. It's a series he does called The Worst MMO Ever, where he looks for like very unplayed MMOs and sees if they're actually really bad or really good. He was pretty positive about Lord of the Rings Online, and he also went through this area.
I presume you're here to bring me ill news.
Okay. Oh yeah, brigands. We have to go to the fortress. This other quest is an example quest. You get some Lotro points, and it's kind of. Oh, you have to unlock it. That's the dumb thing. It's kind of a. You know what? I'm not gonna do that actually. I want to keep these points. Do I have them now? I think I got 10 points from this. Yeah, I'm gonna keep those because then I get the riding skill earlier. Yeah, you have to buy the riding skill for 95 Lotro points in the store before you can mount a horse. Well, this is a free Lotro tip for you. Just don't complete the next quest of this. It's got a little extra never hurts. You get 10 Lotro points, and then the follow-up quest you have to unlock to show you how this works, in how the shop works. You can also just not do that and get some free points. So thank you for that. Get to the 95 requirement quicker. Shoulder pauldrons, let's go. And this is so back in the day when Lotro released, it was kind of called a WoW clone, World of Warcraft clone, because the gameplay is obviously very similar to World of Warcraft. It's not that much of an unfair comment that it is a WoW clone. But I bet people who are used to World of Warcraft finally realized they were playing a different game when they saw these shoulder pads were actually normally sized. Ooh, we have a 5th skill. A critical hit enables the burglar to strike with both weapons. So I actually noticed that in my overlay I've kept the warden training. I was intending to play a warden. That plan kind of changed because I realized that the character I got all the anniversary goodies on was already a warden, so I decided to go for the lore accurate thing and play a hobbit burglar. Maybe, you know what? I'll do some magic and edit that real quick. Because you can if you use Photoshop to create your overlays. Okay, watch this. Change it, save, and now it should. There we go. Movie magic. Ooh, I got a title. I'm gonna make this title active. Okay, now we gotta get some information. I think it's on the satchel over there. Get some plans on for the attack on Archet. Gather intel, very important. Look at that dirty air. And there it goes again. It's clear. So I also noticed a lot of people kind of hating on the new style of maps. So Lotro maps used to be very like in a drawn style, I believe. Yeah, the one of Evendim, like this. This also, by the way, I've quested through here recently. This area here does not at all look like the way it's drawn on the map, and that really sucked. So I'm okay with the new map styles. I don't mind them at all. The only gripe I have with them is that the one for the troll shafts, this area is a complete fucking maze. It's impossible to navigate through based on this map. And it was already hard on the previous one, but it's got that one did get a bit worse. But overall, I'm fine with the new map designs. Well, new. They're not that new. They're quite old. They're probably quite old already, but you know, to me everything that's changed is new. That's what you get when you play this game for 11 years. Right, so we're back at the lodge.
Good work, my friend.
Ooh, I am going to go for the medium armor, but that plumed hat does look dandy. What do you think? Should I get the plumed hat? I think I should get the plumed hat. It looks way better, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks way better.
I believe there is hope for us yet.
It's less good, but I am taking it. Okay. All right. Now I think we're getting pretty close. Do I want to do this quest? Yeah, you know, we're probably going to finish the introduction within an hour. So this is not really an this is more a cinematic than a quest. This was added later in the game. I'm pretty sure this was done because, you know, it takes a long time to get through the Lotro story. So I think they added this to give you more of a glimpse of how good it gets at how interesting it gets, how far you get at some point. Because obviously it takes a long time to even get out of Eriador. You have to be level 50 before you can even go into Moria. So here you get a preview, because this is Lothlorien, this is Galadriel's garden. This is Galadriel herself. She's speaking to us in our dream. It's voice acted, which is also nice. Not a lot of things are in Lotro, so that's probably also used to show you, like, you know, it gets better. We know what we're doing.
I will not long disturb your sleep. I can visit you in dreams for only a
It's of
short
course her
time.
mirror back there. Very similar to how it looks in the movies, especially the jug. I get the feeling that the jug may be a direct reference to the movies. I have a hunch that it's that way, because it looks exactly the same. Okay, now we're gonna get some visions. Angmar, yes. So the first part of Lotro is very much focused on Angmar. Angmar was kind of Mordor, but then in the north, basically. It's the Dark Kingdom ruled by the Witch King. And the Kingdom of Arnor, the human kingdom in the north, had a lot of wars with Angmar, and eventually the human kingdom toppled. Even though the Witch King was chased away from Angmar, it's not really that active after the Second Age. But Arnor does topple eventually. Does not make it. Oh, this door. You can actually click on this door. So that's Shadows of Angmar expansion. It's the old content set. It's not technically an expansion. Ooh, we got a lot more people in the chat. Welcome everybody. Great to see a lot of people watching. Hope everyone's having a good time. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to use the chat. I'm monitoring it all the time. Yeah, we're just playing some Lotro, looking at the lore, having seeing all the details. And here, of course, we see a very, very nice scene. The bridge of Khazad-dûm, still intact, which is definitely not how you find it in the game. And the famous bridge scene with Gandalf. So, I'm sure many of you know the famous Balrogs do not have wings debate. There's a very big debate among Tolkien fans whether Balrogs do or do not have wings. I believe the most accepted outcome is that they don't. The shadow around the Balrog is described as spreading around him like wings, and artists have interpreted that as having wings because it looks cool. But it's a contentious point. Maybe they shouldn't have done it if they wanted to be correct. But I guess the developers couldn't resist. It looks too cool, a Balrog with wings. So here we have Theoden in Rohan. That's gonna take a really long time to get to, because you get there at level 75, I think. Or 85 even, probably. 75, 85. 85, I think. I don't know. 75. I don't know. Why am I even still trying to guess? I don't know. It takes a long time before you get there. Yeah, questing in Rohan does get a bit boring at some point, but it's also, it looks really cool. It's a very nice, it's totally different rendition from the movies, I'd say. It's a lot more green. The movies is very brown. It's a lot more green in the game, and it's huge. It's enormous. Yeah, this garden looks really good. The name now seems a bit silly, but it is fitting. Gladio don't know how many crits I get.
It is for one reason.
I'm gonna take some of my salted almonds. Don't forget to eat or drink something. Look at that hat. That hat was a good choice. Fuck. I dropped an almond. That hat was a good choice. Look how dandy I look. I really dressed up for my audience with Galadriel. Sitting there like eating almonds while she's talking to me.
Do not forget my words when you awaken.
Sorry, Galadriel. And sorry, listeners, for hearing me chew.
Earth will have need of you. You must not fail them.
Right, there we go. Okay. So we're about an hour into the stream. Let's try to get to the Shire. It's a cool cinematic. I like that they... Okay. Shouldn't there be a bridge here? Oh, wait. I gotta talk to Atli Spiderbane, our dwarf friend. He suggests another route into Archet. Maybe they'll use it as a way of attacking. Dwarves are actually the only real class race that I haven't played in Lotro. So I play, my main is an elf lore master. The captain I played was a man. And I have not played hobbits far, but to about level 30 I think I've played a hobbit. So dwarves are really I believe, like, you get all the cinematics that you see. Oh, I have to kill spiders here actually. All the cinematics that you see in game, you save them in the library that you can see in the character panel. I think the only one there that I haven't unlocked is the dwarf introduction cinematic, because I've never finished the dwarf introduction on my main account. This is not my main account. I made this account for the anniversary because I figured maybe I want to stream sometime, rather use a separate account, and I wanted to get other freebies. And I also got the coupon that's currently up, which is great because I missed out on all the other free quest packs that they gave away in the past. I missed all of them, and now I finally got one, which is great. Hey, Obsessed Ghost, what's up? I'm just playing some Lotro, Lord of the Rings Online. I'm just started out with a new character, gonna look at all the lore, all the book references, and yeah, just talking about the game basically. So yeah, welcome, settle in, have a good time, and if you have any questions about the game, please shoot. And welcome, and make sure you have a drink. Got a little prancing pony mug here. I keep showing it off because I love it. And it was also a gift from my girlfriend, which is very sweet of her. I actually play Lotro together with my girlfriend. I got her to play it with me. So we're actually now level 45. We're questing an Angmar. So that's been really great. And somehow she's been able to keep up. Ooh, die choice. That's a tough one. What looks... I think a grey dye would look cool. Ooh, right. Yes, the end of the introduction. We've reached it. Cool. That's great. Then after this we'll finally get to the Shire. We'll finally be in our hometown. Right, so the brigands are attacking. They're not attacking from the side entrance, they're attacking from the front. So, yeah, Archit is on fire and we have to get in there quick and kill all the brigands. Oh. Stab him in the ass. There we go. That's basically burglar gameplay, isn't it? Just stab people in the ass. I always wondered, like, when I was reading The Hobbit, like, what the fuck was, yeah, don't know, hope people don't mind swearing a little bit, that's kind of the way I speak. But, like, what was their plan when they were going to the Lonely Mountain? Like, when they got there, if that hole in Smaug's chest wasn't there, like, what would they have done? How are you gonna kill that big-ass dragon with one burglar? Like, I'm pretty sure that question was asked in the books themselves as well, so, but, you know. Pray to the Valar, yeah. The Valar are obviously very keen to interfere with worldly matters. Only need 5, like, almost World War type wars before the elves finally got some luck. So maybe they'll listen, you never know. Crafter's area bursts into flame. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm not that much into crafting myself in the game, so I'm not too... Right, dispatch those really quickly. I always feel extra safe when you're fighting alongside a dwarf, I think. There my other hobbit friends are. Yeah, so this is the mayor basically, and this is his son that I was talking about. His his child. And yeah, the town's not looking too good, so this guy kind of messed up, I'd say. Right, final wave. Oh, there we go. Double hit. I've always loved the idea of the burglar that they added it in, and the minstrel as well. I'm playing a minstrel in Angmar currently, and it's just such a lovely addition. I love that they were like willing to add classes that were mainly lore based. Well, minstrel's not terribly lore based, but it's just really cool and unique. But the burglar definitely is. Yeah, that's intimidating. 2 red ring wraiths. That looks good on them, by the way. Red. They should consider that. It's not as stealthy as black, but it looks good. Really stylish. Sargul, I think, or Kargul, I don't know. But half ring wraiths, I guess. Probably not too canon, I'd say, but it's cool. So, Kaderkop. And Amdir is converted. He was stabbed by a Morgul blade, unfortunately. So, he's gone. In the, I believe in the human introduction, he turns into one of those red wraiths. So yeah, it's good that Frodo came to Rivendell on time. Otherwise, they would have a small red spirit running around. Not too bad, but not too great either. Well, his father is dead. That's bad for him. Cinematic again.
With the Blackwold's grip on Archit broken, the hobbits hurry home to the Shire, eager to return to their simple, peaceful lives. But not all is as peaceful as it seems. Troubles stir at the bounds, and a shadow of fear is left in the wake of the Nazgûl.
Yes, there we go. Let's go, guys. The place we finally wanted to reach in exactly 1 hour. It's exactly 9 o'clock over here. And we're in the Shire. And that flute immediately hits you. You know where you are. It's great. Right, milestone skill. Very good. And of course it starts with complaints. That's very Hobbit-like. So it looks like a crisp morning over here. A bounder. Oh, I wouldn't mind being a bounder actually. I believe that side quest is for you to become a bounder, so. Oh yeah, and the post. This is... So questing in the Shire is kind of infamous for you having to do like incredibly menial tasks. So one of them is bringing the post. Oh. To the postmaster Proudfoot in Mickle Del. Oh yeah, we're in Little Delving now. We'll get back here in a second, because this quest has a sort of timer on it. You run very fast, but you also have to do it pretty fast, and you have to avoid nosy hobbits, which I really love, because in the well, not in the prologue, but in the the first few chapters of the Lord of the Rings, in the Fellowship of the Ring, you're in the Shire, and there's talks about the preparation for Bilbo's party, and you learn kind of a lot about Hobbit society, and they're kind of nosy assholes sometimes. They're very much a tightly, socially strict society, I think. So it kind of fits that when you're going about your business, there's some hobbit trying to stick their nose where it doesn't belong. Very much fits the fits the introduction of the Fellowship of the Ring. Where does this have to go, actually? I hope it's close by. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's over there. Well, am I an official postman now? Where does it go? Postmaster Proudfoot. That's the guy I need. Thank you. Oh, I leveled up. I delivered the post so well, I'm now a stronger person. Very good. Okay, this is a travel festival thing, not too interested in that. Mayor Will Whitfoot, this is for the story. What's this about? The person accountable for his troubles in Breland. Of course, he's gonna try to blame this on someone else. Compensation. Okay, yeah, he's basically suing him. Ooh, thank you for the comment on my hat. It's really great. Lobelia, the feared Lobelia Sackful Baggins. She's at the hill at Frodo's house. I'm gonna quest around a little bit here, I think, before we go there. But yeah, like I explained earlier in the stream, so Frodo sells his house after he goes away from he goes away from his house because he has the ring. He needs to bring it to Rivendell and he needs to move. He sells his house to Lobelia Sackful Baggins, who is like, if the nosy hobbits here are kind of assholes, she is totally an asshole. She's the person who tried to basically take Bilbo's house after he left for the rubber banding is back for a year during the Hobbit. So yeah, we have a specialization here. Pretty sure I'm just gonna go for the damage one. And we get some more skills. I'm gonna put this in my hotbar. What do these do? Quick attack that enables counter attacks. Temporary reduces your incoming damage. And feint attack activated by double-edged strike. Okay, so first we have this skill. If we crit, then this skill, and then this skill. Oh shit. I would very much like to have it back on my... No, that's not... Yeah, so maybe some of you can tell I'm from the Netherlands, so... sometimes a little Dutch gets through. There we go. Yeah, so we're back here. Don't know if the story doesn't really require me to be here anymore, but I wanted to check if I left nothing out. It's also... It's once again, look at this. This is very idyllic, I'd say. big ass waterfall, way too big, and these lovely hobbit houses, small stream, reeds. So you know, there you go. Capture some footage, put it in a video, and that's how I do it basically. Yeah, so maybe worth repeating for, I see there are some more people watching right now. I mainly make videos on YouTube about the details inside Lord of the Rings Online's maps, compare them to the books, basically like what I'm doing right now, but a bit more edited and streamlined. Yeah, feel free to check it out, Burning Embers on YouTube. What's this? Okay, from the Shire to Breland. Well, that's a bit out of my reach for the moment. I'm getting that off my tracker. Yeah, don't think there's much more to do. Yeah, there's a crafting quest, but I'm not a fan of crafting. The only crafting that I've done in Lotro was farming, because good question. I've been playing for 11 years. I started playing this game when I was about 13 or 14. I'm now 25. So this is my newer account. I made this one during the anniversary festival because I wanted to have an extra account where I could maybe, for streaming basically. Because I started making videos in April. I was like, maybe I'll also stream sometime. And then I made a second account. So this is a newer account, but on the old account I've like 11, 12 years. And I've seen a lot of changes, yeah. But I've only maybe gotten... I've like only really done the raiding once for Rise of Isengard, which was awesome, but I've never really done it after that, because also it wasn't really there for a long time after that. I mean, I think we all know, like Helm's Deep, Riders of Rohan didn't really have a lot of endgame to speak of. It only came back in Mordor. So I'm not the biggest expert on everything, but I've seen a lot on Lotro. I've witnessed a lot of the new... Yeah, Mordor really sucked when it was there first. It was really... It was way too difficult. It was just way too difficult. I really got my ass handed to me back then. Also because I really did not have the proper... Like, I did have a second age legendary weapon, but it was not... what was that old system again? That you kind of upgraded it with crystals and stuff. I did not have that, so I didn't have a lot of good gear. And I really got my ass handed to me back then. Like, really badly. I actually quit playing Lotro for about 2 years when Mordor came out, because it was just too difficult. Ooh, so, yeah, Bounder cap. Really nice. Well, I'm officially a Bounder now. So that's great. Ooh, so this person here. Love that getup. Look at that. Very hobbitish. Very cool. Okay, so I finished, pressed the finish now button about 10 minutes ago, but didn't really register. Well, I'm afraid the old hat has been replaced by a mightier hat. 3+3 mightier, to be precise. Yeah. The old one looked better, didn't it? But this one is better, so unfortunately... Quality before looks. A lot of quests here. Do I want to deliver more posts? Well, we gotta get here at some point. So you know what? I am gonna deliver your post because this is on the way. What do you have for me? Hiders. Oh, that's a cute quest. Okay, we'll do that one first. I'll unlock the stable master. Then I'll do the hide and seek quest because it's really cute. And unlock the stable master. Very important. It's probably already unlocked. I'm not quite sure, but I'm just gonna check because unlocking the stable master is the first thing you should... Okay, there we go. It's the first thing you should do in every settlement that you enter because, yeah, I was right to check this, I think. Oh, okay, the regular one is unlocked. This is the festival stable master, probably. Yeah, so there's a festival in a very specific area, and sometimes they add extra stable masters, so you can get there easier, but I'm not really, definitely not going to do that. You mostly hated the quests in Udun, finding people who almost are never there, flags spread all over. Yeah, it was difficult. It was, yeah, it was just a difficult area to get through, and I think Mordor was difficult to make. I'd say it's a hard area to create for as a developer, I'd imagine, because it's all dark, it's all nasty, it's supposed to be really dangerous and really screwed up. Like, how do you make a playable area out of that? Oh, right. No, first, gonna do the hide and seek thingy first. So we're looking for 2 hobbits who are hiding. Now, so this is also really, like, some people kind of don't like that the quests are a bit silly and trivial in the Shire, but it fits. Yeah, it fits the theme so well. It is just a very laid back, simple place. It's a simple place. Let's put it like that. What's this quest called? Hiders and Seekers. Okay, well, that map also kind of spoils it for them. My favorite place, area, or city in the game? That's a difficult one. It's gotta be... Yeah, actually it's not too difficult. It's probably Erin Las Galen, or the Northern Strongholds, which is this area. Yeah. So this is basically the second half of The Hobbit in one map. It's Northern Mirkwood, which, as I said previously, looks amazing. Lake Town, Dale, Erebor, it's all there. And to be honest, I've read basically all of Tolkien's works, most of them. I'm currently working my way through the history of Middle-earth, which, let me tell you, is a really tough pill to get through. I actually have it over here. It's 12 volumes of basically all of Tolkien's notes that have been edited by his son Christopher Tolkien and published. This is the first part of 3. And you think, well, it's thick, but it's kind of like Game of Thrones level. No, it's definitely not. And because these are not regular paper pages, this is like that very thin Bible paper. So there are maybe 3,000 pages in this book. I'm halfway, and this is the first part. And this is basically like reading the Silmarillion 5 times, but written a little bit different every time. And trust me, even as a hardcore fan, that gets difficult. But the point I was making is that my favorite book is probably The Hobbit, of all of them. Even though The Lord of the Rings is way more epic, way bigger. It's way larger in scope, way more famous, and rightfully so. I just love The Hobbit. I think I've read The Hobbit maybe 10 times. Sometimes when I'm just bored, or kind of, yeah, it's my go-to book. I've read it many times. I love it to death, and that's why I was really excited for that to play through that area. It's so well made. It's just all the details line up so perfectly. So that's definitely my favorite area. Basically, ask me anything. Well, I'm not a person who really likes to blow his own horn. But I was, before I started making videos about a half year ago, I was like, well, I'd really like to make YouTube videos. That seems fun, but I have to do it about something that I really, well, not expert, but know something about, because you can't like go making content about stuff you don't have any idea what you're talking about. Talking about no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea why I'm going in here. I thought I had a quest here, but that's not at all true. I have already found the 2 hiding hobbits. But I was thinking, like, one thing I know way too much about is the Lord of the Rings. So if I'm gonna make videos dedicated to Lotro, it's probably gonna be about Lotro, because I've played that for a very long time, and it's probably going to be about the story, because I know I've spent too much of my time reading those books and playing this game. So it lined up very logically. Right, find a 3rd hobbit who is absolutely well hidden, but unfortunately for him, I know exactly where he is. And he's on top of the tavern. Favorite quest in the game? That's a way more difficult question. So... favorite quest? Well, maybe not a specific quest, but if we're talking about story, like the story of the Lord of the Rings Online itself. Here's the Hobbit, by the way, chilling on the roof. Very nice, very well done. If we're talking about the story of the Lord of the Rings Online, like the story of Lotro is partitioned in volumes, so they take kind of terms from, like, I know like very big book sets are also put in volumes, and so in volumes. And volume 3 is about the Grey Company. The Grey Company is basically all the rangers from the north riding to the south and joining Aragorn in the war against Mordor. Okay, this gear's all not very good. Right, let's deliver the post now to Waymeet, which is a village nearby. It's on the way to Bag End, and I really want to go to Bag End because it's, of course, a very great place. But that part of the story is my favorite. It's definitely my favorite because rangers are just very cool characters to be alongside of. And yeah, it's kind of like there's a very fuck, I was spotted. They can look very far, those nosy hobbits, so this is what happens when they put their nose where it doesn't belong. My quest is cancelled and I have to get it again. But yeah, I don't know why I like that area, that part of the game so much, but I think it's because the maps are really cool. They're kind of, you go through a lot of areas that are not very well known, like Anadwaith and Dunland. And yeah, to me, it's kind of, that's the first time I kind of got near the level cap, which back then was level 75, the Rise of Isengard expansion. First time I did raids. Can I sneak past her now? And for a burglar, it's kind of bad that I got spotted, actually. That's kind of sad. But yeah, it's just like the warmest memories for me are during Rise of Isengard, because the game was so good back then, and the story was great. You had a really nice cast of characters. They're all characters you met before, actually, because some of those rangers play part in quests or stories that are from Shadows of Agmar, the first expansion. Yeah, that's a really great part of the game, one that I'm very excited to play through again sometime. I've only done it once because I've never gotten that far on a second character. But it's really lovely. But a specific quest does not really spring to mind. It's very hard to remember all the quests. You do a lot of them, and most of them are quite generic. I think it will probably... Oh, Waymeet is here, actually. I need to deliver the post over here. There you go. Thank you. Is this a useful quest to do? Well, it could be, but I'm going to Lobelia first because I want to go to the hill. What was I saying? Oh yeah, favorite quest. It will probably be one of the session instances. So for those who don't know, session instances are instances where you play as a different character, a historical character usually. And some of them take you to really interesting places lore-wise. So, which one? So there's one, for instance, where you meet Sauron, basically, in disguise, in the Second Age. So during the Second Age, he is in Eregion, he helps the elves create the Rings of Power, and he betrays them. And he is there in disguised as an elf. Or as, well, not technically an elf. They know he's not an elf. They don't know what he is, but they call him the Lord of Gifts. And you see him there. So that's the first time in the game that you directly see Sauron. And that's really cool. That's a one that really impressed me back then, I remember. Another one is where you see Gollum for the first time. It's in the Trollshaws. There's a cabin there next to the river, next to the Bruinen. A family lives there. A guy called Garbert, I believe. And I stumbled on it sometime while questing. This also is gotta take a moment to enjoy this view. So okay, I gotta show. How can I show this best? Let me check how long my cable is. So this view of the Shire, maybe some of you know it. There is this image or poster made by Tolkien himself. I believe it was the cover of the first American edition of either The Hobbit or The Fellowship of the Ring. And it's beautiful. I have a poster of it in my room. I think, yeah, my webcam's cable's not too long. But you can see it in the back hanging over there. If you like look up maybe something like Tolkien, the hill across the water, something like that, you'll find it. It looks almost exactly like this. It looks almost the same. Maybe I can actually... No, I'm not going to be able to show you that easily, but just Google it. Like Hobbiton across the water, Tolkien drawing, something like that, or just Hobbiton, you'll find it. Looks almost exactly the same in layout and shape. It's really great. But yeah, that Gollum quest is awesome. It's like you're not... Yeah, I definitely did not expect to see Gollum there for the first time. It's a really good quest, a lot of great atmosphere. Good lore thing too going on there. I have a video about the troll shells on my channel where I discuss it, so if you're interested, watch that video. It's the last part of it basically, so you could skip to the end, but it's a great quest, great single quest. Yeah, it's a bit of a dreary day, isn't it? Probably this area is of course inspired by Britain, so probably fitting for Britain to be kind of dreary. Fitting for the Netherlands as well, actually. Well, here we are. So this is Back End. This is Frodo's house, and as you can see, here are the Sackville Bagginses. So yeah, Frodo sold his house to them. They have his house now. It's their house, and that's why they're here. So that's also another, great detail that was incorporated into this area. And what's she? Oh, she has something to do with the money thing. She doesn't have a new story quest for me? Well, thank you, madam. So this is this garden. Look at this. Like, I'm going first person now, so you can enjoy this. Look at that. And people say this game doesn't look good. That's bullshit. Look at this. Look at how nice this looks. Wouldn't you want to live here? I want a garden like this. It looks great. And nice viewing spots. And yeah, this is where you can see that it's an old game. If you look in the distance, these hills are rough. These hills are definitely rough. Yeah, the render distance is not very good. The performance also isn't either. That's where, well, I got a pretty good PC, so I've got 70 FPS while streaming. That's not bad, but yeah, you can see the age of the game here. So that's why in my videos I almost never use long distance shots because they just don't look very good. Let's go in. Why don't we just have a look? Nice jaunty tune. So this entrance hall, if you have a copy of The Hobbit with you, wait, what am I saying? I have 2 copies of The Hobbit, so give me a moment. There we go. Can you see it like this? There you go. This is a drawing by Tolkien of the entrance hall of Bilbo. It's not 1-to-1, as you can see, but it's not bad. It's very close. Still not as nice as Minas Tirith. Yeah, I should spend more time in Minas Tirith. I spent a lot of time chasing through it because it's very big. You have to walk a lot, and it's very laggy. Yeah. And actually the layout of... I have another book. It's called The Atlas of Middle-earth, and it has a lot of maps with a lot of different areas. One of the maps is on Back End, where it just shows the layout of Back End. It's very similar to this because it was basically described as a long hallway with rooms on the side of it. So you can see on the mini-map, it's very accurate. And Lobelia and Lothar are... Sorry, get a drink. That's better. they're still moving in, so there's a lot of junk here. You can't go through all of it. But you know, there's a kitchen, sitting areas. No pantry, unfortunately. Get me back-end's pantry. I really want to go into the pantry. But unfortunately we can't. And there's this lovely tree on top. Don't know if the tree is actually described in the books as well. I know it's there in the movies as well, and it looks good. So why not? And of course we have the party tree down there. The famous party tree, where Bilbo holds his party. It's even an achievement to view some sides of the Shire, and the party tree is one of them because, yeah, it's great, especially at night. It's really good. It's there always when there's festivals. There's stuff to do here. Yeah, lovely. Minas Tirith, your all-time favorite area in the game. I should maybe check it out sometime. Then I haven't really put my nose to the paper over there. If you catch what I mean, I haven't really. That's the same thing actually with the Great River video that I uploaded yesterday. It was like the Great River region. I was like, what? What is this? It's not that interesting. And it's like, it's actually very interesting. There's a lot of stuff worth mentioning there. Yeah, it's one of yeah, it really changed my view on that place. So maybe it will happen with Minas Tirith as well. And of course we have Sam's father, Gaffer Gamgee. You know, if Gaffer Gamgee gives you a quest, you do it. I mean, come on, it's Sam's dad. Probably the best gardener in the world. If he taught Sam, you know, Sam literally no, can I say that? I don't know. I still don't really know how I feel about spoiling too many things of the books. But Sam raises a very special tree in this area at the end of Lord of the Rings. It's all I'm gonna say. So he's a great gardener, and he had some help. But you'll find that out if you've read the Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit. Is there a Hobbit bar in Minas Tirith, or are you joking? Because if that's true, then I really have to check that out. So just gathering some apples. Like, yeah, for role playing, this place is great. I know Lord of the Rings Online has a lot of really good roleplay systems. Not much into that myself, but it has a lot of opportunities. It is great. And like the Shire, I mean, you can't really beat the Shire, in my opinion. It's the best. And I love the weather as well. It always looks different. That's also really fun when you're making videos and capturing footage in Lotro. It's always different. Or at least they have the entrance Shire theme with circle hedge that's used by the. Okay, yeah, I gotta check that out sometime. A mushroom. Oh, thank you, Gaffer. The Gaffer made me level up. I don't know. Gaffer is that I don't really know what kind of English word that is. Is that critical multiplier? Let's go. Is that like? I don't think that's his first name, right? Gaffer. Isn't Gaffer something like old man or something? Or I don't know. Maybe some native English speakers can help me out with this. I'm not quite sure. Ooh, this field I farmed a lot in when I wanted to be able to make a lot of pipe wheat, so I did a lot of farming. What country am I from? I'm from the Netherlands, so English is not my native language. Partially thanks to Lotro, I am pretty good at speaking English. But it's not my native language, and Tolkien, and this game as well, definitely likes using very old, outdated words. That even if you Google, like Gaffer is not one of them, but one of them was in the history of Middle Earth. You have this word, and it's really strange because it's a Dutch word basically. It's lief, Lief, and they use it as would like. So someone would have this happen, something like that. I've tried to Google it, what it's based on, if that's actually English or not. I could not find anything, but it's exactly the same word as in the in Dutch. It's I have this liever. I kept it liever means I'd rather have this. It's used in exactly the same way. He uses it in a very early manuscripts of the Silmarillion, and I need someone to tell me what the hell that's about, because I have no idea. But gaffer is probably some more common word that I just don't know. So maybe, yeah, sometimes I might be mispronouncing things. We'll see. What do I have to do here? Collect Dora's chickens. Look at all those chickens. There it is. Oh, and it's instanced. Okay, thank you very much. So this is, yeah, an old design part of Lotro that when you interact with quest objectives as one person, they disappear for the other. It's kind of outdated MMO design. But yeah, in some earlier areas of Lotro, this is unfortunately still a thing. Can you enlighten me about one thing? Of course. Feel free to ask. How many Palantirs did Sauron have? 1, I think. He should have only 1, I believe. Because... well, I don't really see why you would have more. So let me think. There are 7 of them. And... they are spread around the world. There's one in Osgiliath, there's one in Minas Morgul, and there's one in Minas Tirith. There's one in Isengard, there's one in Amon Sul, there's one in the Tower Hills, and there's one in Anuminas. That's 7. I think Amon Sul, Tower Hills, and Anuminas all went to the bottom of Forochel. So the last king of Arthedain, a part of Arnor, took them, and he tried to flee from the war he was losing on a boat in Forochel, an ice bay. And the Witch King caused some bad weather to come, and he got shipwrecked and died, and those 3 Palantir went to the bottom. So that's 3 gone. There's 1 at Isengard. Yeah, there's 1 at Isengard. Denethor has 1. There's 1 in Osgiliath, and there's 1 in Minas Morgul. And I think Sauron had the Minas Morgul one, and the one from Osgiliath, I'm not quite sure where that ended up. So maybe somebody can look it up, but I'm pretty sure he only had 1 Palantir. Pretty sure. And that's also, yeah, so it was quite dangerous to use a Palantir if you had one, because... yeah, Sauron could influence you. That's actually what drove Denethor mad. So that's a part of... in the movies, Denethor is basically just kind of an asshole. And also despairing, obviously. But also kind of an asshole. And... yeah, and in the books it's much more like he has this Palantir. He's having this mental battle with Sauron all the time. And it's just driven him to the brink, basically. Yeah, it's very draining on a person to battle Sauron in that way. Yeah, and that kind of made him, yeah, lose it at the end. And yeah, it's Denethor is kind of yeah, in the movie they make him like this. Like, yeah, just a dick, basically. Very strange character, I think. Like, yeah, his son died, but you do not get the idea that it's just because of his son being dead that he is kind of the difficult person that he is. While in the books he's very much a dignified leader. Yeah, he's much more dignified in the books, and he's intelligent, and he can go head to head with Gandalf. Like, he's not just this kind of despairing pushover that he is in the films. But I think that's kind of a consequence of making films about a book like this. You can't give all the characters, the depth that they have. That's the advantage of a book. Like, you can write as much as you want. But yeah, he's one that comes out a bit less good in the movies because of it. Did not evacuate. Yeah, he didn't do that in the book either. Yeah, so in the films, I mean, in the books, he evacuates Minas Tirith before the battle starts. Yeah, and actually, so of course another Gondorian that's kind of done a bit dirty in the well, dirty. It's, you know, it's partially fair, but Boromir is of course portrayed pretty badly in the films. Not badly as in wrong, but bad as in he's, yeah, a bit of an ass, or weak-minded or whatever. And what I really like, this is probably my favorite extra scene from the films. Yeah, weak and arrogant, basically. In the films, in the extended edition, and of course, you know, the extended edition is live, basically. And there you have a scene in Osgiliath, right when they have recaptured it. It's before he goes to Rivendell. Before he reaches Rivendell, he retakes Osgiliath or defends Osgiliath from an attack, something like that. And there's this scene where where you really see that he is not such a big meanie. He's very nice to Faramir. He acknowledges that his father is a difficult person, and like this very charismatic, nice, friendly person. And I really like that. I thought that was very. I think if you have to choose one deleted scene that is added, that should be added to the main movie, it's that one. I think that's the most important deleted scene from the films, because it just really changes your view of the character of Boromir. And it kind of, like, if you see it like that, then yeah, it would have been really cool if Aragorn and Boromir could have gone to Minas Tirith together, but they couldn't, unfortunately. So, yeah, that's a good scene, I think. Here, by the way, these ruins that you see here, like I explained in Archet, the Shire was part of Arnor, the northern kingdom of humans, kind of the same, similar to Gondor, but in the north. This was part of Arthedain, and it was, I believe, a hunting ground or something, something pretty peaceful. And during the Second Age, the hobbits are given the Shire by the king of Arthedain back then. And yeah, so that's why these ruins are here. It used to be part of a human kingdom that has fallen since. And the Shire is still there. And the bridge that goes from the Shire to Breland, called the Brandywine Bridge, that's also an old remnant. And one of the conditions on which they got the Shire was that they had to like upkeep the bridge. They had to like maintain buildings and things from the kingdom and still be loyal to the kingdom. And some hobbits actually fought in the wars against Angmar. There have been some hobbits that have been conscripted. So hobbits did actually take part in an international conflict once, if you didn't know. I'm pretty sure there's a quest referencing that in the Lord of the Rings Online in the North Downs. Quite positive about that. Yeah, so I'm just going back to Mickle Delving because I think I kind of went away from Mickle Delving very quickly, and I'm not quite sure if I missed something, so I'm just checking back, see if there's something I should still do here. I believe there's one quest I left kind of unfinished. So yeah, I don't like leaving quests unfinished. I'd rather cancel them, so... yeah, I had to assess food here. So what did I miss? Hugo Broadbelt's pie. I'm so sorry, Hugo. It's not because I wasn't interested in your pie. It's probably great. Oh. He's very defensive about his pie. I'm sorry. You know what? I really want to keep this equipment outfit because it looks good. So I'm just gonna get that and get the shoulder pads and the legs and the shoes. I'm just gonna put them into my outfit, but I am going to take the old hat because the old hat was way better. You know, I do really like this system. It's great. It's very good for making outfits, and I think especially in Lotro, your looks are a very big part of kind of the fantasy. Yeah, I can live with that. That's good. There we go. Let's wear that. Yeah, limited space in the wardrobe is difficult. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. Yeah, so for those who don't know, you have kind of a storage where you can store the looks of items. It's called the wardrobe. And it's one of those things in Lotro that's really monetized in a very tough way. So a lot of things in the Lotro store are quite expensive. This is one of them. Yeah, not really worth the amount that you pay for it, in my opinion. Oh. Ooh, Tuckborough, yes. Ooh, I want to go there. I really want to go there. Yeah, we're gonna go there. Yeah, it's I'm not too much of a cosmetic collector but that's mainly because I don't have the space for it. So because also like your bank space gets clogged horribly after a while. Does he have maybe a post thing to Tuckborough? Yeah, he does. Perfect. You know, if we're going there anyway, why not bring the post? So obviously Bilbo's party is long gone by this point, but I'd like to imagine an army of postmen having to deliver all of Bilbo's invitations this way, running around. I bet that's what this quest is inspired by. Because like in the beginning of the Fellowship, it's like described that he invites basically half the Shire to his party, so the post is completely overwhelmed. They have to really put everything together to get all these delivered in time. And the people who did not get an invitation showed up anyway, because that's how hobbits are. Bastards. So, yeah. Oh, I'm really liking this outfit. I just need a different cape. I don't like the cape very much, but maybe we'll get one sometime. I have another. It's better. That's definitely better. We'll put that in for now. Could be even more better, but it's okay. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, you don't need the clothing where you put it in the wardrobe, but my yeah, at least for me, my bank account is in this game is much bigger than my wardrobe. So this is Tuckborough that we're going to now. It's where the Took family resides. You know, Peregrine Took. You know him, very famous member later of this family. Yeah, so this is Tuckborough. Yeah, it looks great. I think you'll be. I won't be saying often that something doesn't look great in this game, but this is a really nice, big, really nice. Yeah, the Great Smeals are not great, being called great for nothing. It's beautiful. Too busy to do that right. Oh yeah, I've got to deliver the post. Forgot about that. And this is just this really cute small areas where you just want to crawl through the screen and, you know, chill in this little ditch over here or something. That sounds really chilling in a ditch does not seem like the most interesting thing, but yeah, that's what my brain produced at that moment. I'm just taking all these quests left and right. I don't have the intention to do all of them. I'm just for Hobbiton. Well, Hobbiton, sure, they need posts as well, I suppose. Am I planning on streaming forward? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Because it's really hard to consistently allocate time to my YouTube channel, for one. Because of my studies, I'm a master's student, so masters take a lot of time. So I won't be. For instance, I wouldn't be able to do it regularly. Let's put it like that. So I'm not quite sure. But I must say, while I'm doing this, I am having fun. I really like this, actually. And, well, we're with a lot more people than what I started with, so that's great. So I'm guessing you guys are enjoying yourselves to some extent as
Can I
well.
help you find something in particular?
Find a cookbook. That's a very hobbitish quest to do. So yeah, I'm quite pleasantly surprised by how much I enjoy this, and maybe I will. Who knows? I'm having a good time. But regularly is gonna be difficult. Let's put it like that. It's gonna be difficult to pick a moment in the week where I always will have the time to do this. Ooh. So well, seems like a fun quest.
Could I take a moment of your time?
Isambard Took. Who the hell is that? Is he in the library? Adelard Took.
I hope it's
I don't
not
actually.
father, but may I
Oh,
speak
it's
with you?
Google laptop time. Who is Pippin's father? Would Pippin's father be here? Who knows? Let's figure it out. I've got a separate laptop with Tolkien Gateway open, so I can Google things if I don't know them. Paladin Took. No, pretty sure he's not in here. Maybe he's dead, who knows? Frodo's parents are dead,
Can I
so
take
it's
a
possible.
moment of your time?
But this is a fellowship quest where you have to find a book, so who knows? Perhaps it's fun. Yeah, this just looks really good. Call to Adventure, I believe, is the sort of main quest. Who am I supposed to talk to? Oh, back in Mickle Delving. Okay. The other quests are near here. Well, you know, let's do the ones that are close by. And I am definitely missing my horse. But so far I have also completed pretty much 0 deeds. So I'm not that close to... You know what? Shouldn't I have the... Oh, that's what's in my mail. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna fix that real soon. Okay. This also, like... Isambard took the second.
How do you
Well,
do?
well, he has those green things. Oh, yeah, that's a protection quest. So now there's probably gonna be some enemies spawning that I have to kill, and it's a small fellowship quest, so we're gonna see how my burglar skills are coming along. Oh, it's bees then. What he hit. Alright. And the battle music. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how I'm able to stab bees, but I am. Come on then. Give me a crit. Give me a crit. Oh, and there comes the famous low throw lag. I'm pushing skills, but there's nothing happening. Please. I don't know, maybe I'm dead by now. It's stuck. Yeah. I'm assuming most people that are watching play low throw, so I'm guessing most people are familiar with this lovely phenomenon. I always... Are we gonna get the reduced awareness pop-up too? No? No, okay. Last time I had like a really big lag spike, and like 5 minutes later it's like, oh, you have reduced awareness. Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you very much. The game shows you earlier than the pop-up does. You've not played for a few months. Well, I believe the lag is an older problem than a few months. Oh fuck, that's a big bear. Yeah, server lag is, yeah. Mordor's the reason for the lag? Can you explain? So I know it's like, it's something that's not easily fixable. That's all I know, basically. Oh, you were stopped playing because of Mordor. That's what you mean. Oh, now I understand. Yeah, I can imagine. I definitely. Yeah, I understand. I definitely took a break myself when I got into Mordor because it was so tough to get through. It does get better though. I felt like, especially I started really playing that again when the new legendary system came, and it gave me a bit more power, a bit more damage as a solo lore master. What did they say? Oh, Peregrine. They mentioned Pippin. Now let's see if we can find old Peregrine. I've not seen him for some days. Yeah, you're probably not going to see him for a few days more, because he is half his way to Rivendell by now. Yeah, Udun is tough. It's not fun. But the areas after that get better, in my opinion. The questing gets a bit better. Yeah, not really sure how I feel about how Mordor turned out. It's not how I imagined Mordor, let's put it like that. A lot of fortresses mainly. More infrastructure than I would have imagined for Mordor. I would have expected more like a flat plain with cracks, some tent camps of orcs, but yeah.
Hello.
Not entirely what I would have imagined it being, but you know, can't always score an A. Riddle. Daze the enemy briefly, waking the foe when damage is dealt. Right, I think it's time we go and do some more story quests. So I'm just gonna deliver the mail to Hobbiton, and then I'm gonna take the horse to Mickle Delving, which is actually the sort of the capital of the Shire, if people didn't know that already. And then we'll see if we can get the story rolling along, because I think at around level 10 or something, like, I believe you can already go to Breland, so there's no sense in wasting too much time here. I think I'll stick to the Shire for this stream though, because, you know, there's more things that I like in the Shire that I wish to visit in this stream and talk about. So I think I'll stick to the Shire for now. But yeah, I've played this game a lot, so I'm pretty fast with questing. I think I'm pretty fast. So I try to, you know, not gonna stand still with every quest, because then it would make for a bit of a boring stream, I think. And also when something pops into my mind, I'll just talk about it. Where is the post office? It's next to the mailbox. That makes sense to me. Oh yeah, wait, I forgot. I should have gotten my mailbox open, because this is in there. And Bingo Boffin's got something, but I'm not gonna do that right now. That's a really long running quest chain going all the way up to God knows what level. But this box is the one I wanted. This is a box that you can open on several levels. But it contains a... what does this do? Sure, whatever. Where's the horse box? There it is, the horse whistle. There we go. So, yeah, temporary item you get early in the game to give you a temporary horse for, I think, 24 hours to ride. So I'm going to put that in my skill bar so I can click it easily. Where does this post have to go? You're looking forward to getting to Barad-dûr. Yeah, Barad-dûr is an interesting take. Overhill, not going to do that. Barad-dûr is interesting in Lotro. It's very different from how Peter Jackson made it look. Not necessarily worse, but it's just different. Okay, get a horse to Mickle Delving, because we have to be there, and this is the quickest way to do it. I haven't gotten a VIP with this account yet, so I can't use the Swift travel yet. But I might make sure that I have it for next stream, but for now it's not really important. Well, I say next stream, so apparently I am planning on doing this again, I suppose. But yeah. Some people in world chat talking about the lag. Classic. Always happening. I'm getting low on juice. I'm gonna get some of those almonds again. Sorry for the chewing once more. Getting back to Mickle Delving. So Sam actually, so the mayor is now Will Whitfoot, I believe. Sam eventually becomes the new mayor of Mickle Delving after Frodo. Don't know. No, it's he's already the mayor when Frodo leaves actually, but he becomes the mayor of the Shire basically. All of the hobbits become quite important, so I believe Pippin becomes like Merry's from Buckland and Pippin is from Tuckborough, and they all become quite important because of course they're very well traveled and experienced in the world. So that's kind of like your typical fantasy ending, like all the main characters become very important and well known and ballers basically. And Frodo, of course, gets the highest honor a person can get. Going to... Well, not... This I learned recently. I didn't actually know this, but he doesn't actually go to Valinor itself, like the uttermost west heaven, if you will. He only goes to Tol Eressëa, which is an island on the shore of Valinor. It's very nearby. It's in the light of Valinor, so it's still a very nice place to live by any standard, but it's not in Valinor itself, actually. You didn't know that, but yeah, it's
This looks like just the thing.
the Motham House. Oh, this is also
What's this?
a good thing. Bring the map. I found... Ooh, a map. Someone left a map. Barrow Downs. Oh, that's from Bilbo, probably. Map of Eriador. Very nice. We're going to go to the Matham house, and Mathams are... Yeah, so yeah, about the Shire burning, I wasn't really sure. Like, someone in the chat mentioned, I believe... I don't think she's here anymore. That they were still reading The Lord of the Rings, and it's like a chapter that's not at all present in the films. So I'm kind of hesitant to talk too much about it. I don't really know if I'm going to be spoiling people. But in the books, the Shire gets some hardship at the end of of the story. Doesn't get away unscathed.
Hello there.
Is this the story quest, or have I just completely lost the story quest? Because this is not it. Maybe I've lost it. I think. Oh. Yeah, this is a completely different thing.
I changed my mind.
I'm gonna check real quick where the prologue quest went, because I've lost it, and the story quests are where most of the interesting things happen. Sorry, give me 1 second. Mayor Will Whitfoot. I'm gonna say something about that Motham house, by the way, because it's a fun thing that I think not many people know, but or at least you wouldn't know if you haven't read the books. Let's put it like that. But it's interesting. Yeah, Bingo Boffin is a...
An adventure will be
Yeah,
just
I'm not
the
very
thing.
interested in
But
that at the
I will
moment.
need your help. I need to train for the adventure if I am to have success.
Yeah, he wants to go on an adventure, basically. He goes through a lot of areas in the game. It's a fun quest line. It's not something you can do... Yeah, okay. So the mayor doesn't have a quest, so that one is the one I must have already done. Oh yeah, I did the one with Lobelia, and there I lost it. Oh, it's a level 11 quest. Okay. So I probably have to do some side quests first. Before I can continue the story. So let's do that then. But the Motham house, yeah. So the Motham house is that big hobbit house up there on the hill. It's a museum, basically. And Mathams, I also, once again, don't know what the inspiration for this word is, or if it's a regular English word. I don't believe that it is. But Mathams are basically gifts that hobbits give to each other. They can be basically anything. They don't have to be remarkable objects, but they're giving, like on birthdays and special occasions, you gift it to people. I believe they are very rude to throw away. And you'd have to check the prologue of The Lord of the Rings for this, because there's a lot of explanation. And people like give them to other people just to be rid of the junk sometimes. It's like this very funny, kind of. I don't want to insult anybody, but I think it's very much inspired by people, by maybe British people, but I think I shouldn't speak too difficult of the British, because I think the Dutch can be very petty as well. But it's like this idea of like, oh yeah, you have a gift and you give it to someone because you basically want to be rid of it, and then it's rude to throw away, but you don't want to keep it, so you give it to somebody else. Like, it's and the Matham House is a museum for special objects. It's actually where Bilbo puts his shirt, his mithril shirt, for a while, and he takes it back again when he goes on his journey to Rivendell after his party, because he decided it may be useful to keep it. And afterwards he of course gives it to Frodo, and in Moria, when Gandalf explains what mithril is, he also says like that Bilbo had a shirt of it made of mithril, and it's incredibly valuable. It's worth more than the Shire, basically, he says, I think. And this is that museum that Bilbo lent it to. Just working off some. These are kind of like introduction type quests.
How do you do?
What's this then? Oh, writing characteristic. Wait, actually, I believe I can cheat this system a little bit. I'm gonna try something, because I remember during the anniversary festival, so you need to buy this trait to be able to ride a horse, and you sorry, you have to grind Lotro points for it. I'm not really feeling like doing that right now. But I believe during the festival you got a free riding trait too, actually. So maybe I can get one. Only problem then is that I can't buy a horse yet. Or can I? Oh, this is a horse actually. Yeah, no, okay, we're gonna do this. That's gonna make this stuff a lot easier. Because then we have a permanent horse, and I believe it's probably faster than this one. Sorry, Surly Dan, but you might get replaced in a moment. Does mean I have to relock my character though. And I need to find the vault somewhere. Oh, it's over there. So we're gonna do that real quick. Then I have a permanent horse. Gonna make life a lot better. And it's also gonna look very fancy, which is obviously important. Clear all. The Vault Keeper. Oh, it's up there. I remember now because, yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do that real quick. And you can just enjoy this nice Shire scenery. Lovely gardens. Yeah, so the vault is over here. Maybe I've already put it in storage. No. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna log out of the Hobbit, and I'm gonna. So on this, like as you can see, this account is very limited. Because I only made it for the anniversary to get freebies, and to use later for, well, whatever ends. Turns out it's for streaming. The only character I made was a high elf warden. I was actually planning on playing a warden for this stream, but then I noticed that this character was a warden. I cannot delete him because he got a lot of free stuff that I definitely want to keep. So we're playing burglar now, which is also obviously very much lore accurate. And we're going for lore accuracy in this stream, if you haven't noticed yet. But I'm pretty sure there should be a writing characteristic somewhere in here. Only thing I'm worried about. Yeah, so, well, now that we're here. This region is called Edit Lewin. It's the, where's the vault keeper? Back there. Oh, thank you very much, subbing Toughly people. That's a very nice compliment. Yeah. Feel free to stick around if you have the time, of course. Thank you very much. We're just playing some Lotro. I was just questing through the Shire. I'm gonna continue that soon. I'm just gonna get hopefully a free riding trait to that character, because then I can use the horse and get everywhere a lot faster. Because we want to cover a lot of ground, obviously. But thank you very much, and yeah, I hope you have a good evening. I've stored nothing in my vault yet.
What do you need?
Okay, now it's gonna become annoying, because now the question becomes... So I have all these packages in my inventory, and one of them contains the free riding trait. Ooh, but who can tell which one it is? Is it this one? No. No, that's entirely the wrong one. Okay, definitely not gonna open the level level boosts. Instant become level 50? No, rather not. This isn't it. Ooh, this is gonna be difficult. Pretty sure it should contain one of them, but... Improved expedition supplies. Who knows? No, that's not it. That's a carry-all. Anniversary gift box. No. Crafting carry-all. Ooh. Oh, this is probably it. Oh yeah, yeah, so, oh, there's immediately a lot of things that spring to my mind. So I play this character as a high elf. High elf basically means that it's an elf who has, who is very old, is from at least the first age. I don't know if all of them are supposed to have been to Valinor. But so yeah, this is just the introduction for that. So you see a lot of very famous elves like Gilgalad, the Elven King from the Battle of the Last Alliance, Glorfindel, very, very important, who accidentally boosted your character to 120. That's tough. I'm really careful with that, because like I've played through everything, so for me it's not that bad if it would happen, but it's, yeah, I don't even know, like, I believe the power curve of your character also is completely screwed if you do it, so, because you're like missing a lot of experience, and yeah, it's a difficult, oh, I don't want to sell that. Definitely want to sell that. Okay, maybe now I have enough space. Yeah, okay. Acceleration, tracery reclamation, tracery. Yeah, boosting your character. You have to know what you're doing, otherwise you're in a really big problem. Are they in those expansion things, maybe? I'm really scared to open those, because ooh, there could be all sorts of nasty stuff in there. Seed of Warlight. Hey. I've acquired the passive skill riding. Okay. Trait. Riding characteristic. Is it only one then? Well, crap. I thought... What did I open? Okay, I thought I had one, but apparently not. I thought you got 2. Or would this one contain it? Yeah, cosmetic armor, definitely not opening that. That would screw my entire inventory up. Yeah, it's screwed. I'm pretty sure you get 2. I'm really sure you get 2. But my inventory is just too scrambled to get it right now. So, okay, wasted my time basically. Sorry for that. I thought I could cheat the system, but it wasn't so easy. Fix it. I'll fix it for next time. For now, we have a temporary horse. Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine that it ruins the fun for you. I mean, MMOs do become kind of boring if you can just stomp everything easily. For me, that's great when I'm a level 140 and I go through lower level areas to like make a video. It's great to be able to do that because then everything just goes a lot faster. Yeah, let's go away from Mickle Delving. I think we've seen enough of it. Do the other quest over there. Oh, load throw points. For what? Yeah, okay, for nothing. Thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna kill some wolves, and then I think we're gonna go up here. This is a bit of a strange place. And you'll see why. It's not very Shire-like. Well, all of this definitely is. I think my more favorite parts of the Shire are actually over here. So I'm pretty tempted to go over there because it looks awesome. It's forested, and there's my favorite part of the Shire is actually over there. But I don't know what the level requirements for that area is, so maybe it's a bit higher. So first we'll do this. Someone misses a meal, and of course that's... Wait a minute. Okay, so we're looking for a missing hobbit called Garibert Took, and I think I know this quest, and it's really worth doing. For lore reasons, it's worth doing. So, if you've seen my Shire video, I've already talked about this quest, but it's one of the better ones. So yeah, someone is missing because, you know, they haven't come for dinner, and that's of course really suspicious. If a hobbit doesn't come for dinner, then you know something's going on. His journal's over here. Read his journal, very naughty. My backpack is overflowing, great. Right, okay, fine as usual. Today Peregrine dared me to hide in one of Longo Burrow's wagons, the one that head east out of the Shire. He doesn't think I'll do it, but I'll show him. Yeah, it's this quest. I know this quest. And he made a mistake by hiding in those barrows. By hiding in that wagon. And we're gonna find out quite quickly why that was a mistake. So I think maybe one of these actually contains the... But I'm really scared to open these. Because these contain all sorts of junk. So first we're gonna go back to Tuckbarrow, talk to his relative, sell some stuff, get some space. This might actually contain it, so... Or this one, I think. The Minas Morgul Collector's Edition. That's all you free stuff you got during the anniversary if you logged in during that time. We are looking good, aren't we though? Suspiciously dashing hobbit. Gotta be the main character. Yeah, okay. Well, she's also a vendor. That's perfect. Okay. Very quickly sell all this junk food. Yeah, don't really use that anyway. Did I get a better weapon? Oh yeah, I did actually. It's gonna go instead of my sword. Yeah, crafting stuff. Not too bothered with that at the moment. Okay. Sell all of this. Gotta get that money. Prepare. Yeah. Okay. Garber. Mrs. Emil. House was empty. Make sure you look at the journal. Well, I already did.
I want a word with you.
Got himself to a bit of a pickle. Perhaps you should speak with Longo to see if he has seen Garbert. He does seem to be missing the poor lad. Okay, I'm gonna go and make a bit of a gamble on this. No riding traits. Shame. Longo Burrow, where is he? He's close by. Yeah, so they mentioned that this wagon that he hid in leaves the Shire from the south. And well, of course we don't want to spoil the quest line too much. But the hint is that pipeweed is what's being farmed in the south of the Shire mostly.
Dear me, what do you want? Mercy
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Will you hear me out?
This is very much a hobbitish thing. I first have to do him a favor before he'll give me any information. This is a nice place, by the way. I used this in the Shire video. These trees over here. Very pretty. Traveling through this lovely green area. If you guys have any questions, by the way, about the game, The Lord of the Rings, or for me, yeah, feel free to ask, of course. Old Sally, a pig with a name, just chilling in the sun. That's very Shire-like. Oh, that's a pretty angry bear over there. Yeah, that's an angry bear. Bring a barrel of pipeweed. Bloody hell, why does he hide his pipeweed in a bear den? Can someone explain that to me? Okay, well, let's use our sneaking mode. Okay, maybe for a nice challenge, see how well the sneaking works. Okay, you immediately go out of stealth when you use an item, so that didn't work too well. So I think most people who are watching know this, but the names of enemies become more okay, let's run more red the more they are higher level than you. So white enemies are kind of the same strength as you are. Yellow enemies are like 1 level higher or 2. Orange is even worse, and purple is, well, good luck. Or you have red before orange, red before purple, by the way. But yeah, you have slim hopes of beating a fight like that. So these orange bears unnerve me very much, and I also nearly died, and I attracted one, and I'm definitely gonna be running away from it. I'm gonna run. Get to the good part of this quest. This is one determined bear. This guy is keeping bees over there. Well, I think I've seen enough bees for today. So let's put this quest in over here. Don't know what this guy's farming. Also pipeweed, probably. Very good.
Goodness.
Okay, well. He didn't know anything, he just wanted to use me for his chores, the bastard. Yeah, that's definitely very hobbitish. Yeah, hobbits can be real pricks, you know. Tolkien wrote them that way. I suppose real people can also be real pricks. Although these are kind of... There are worse pricks than hobbits in the world. Right, let's continue. I took shirt. Ooh, that's way better. Yeah, we're level up. Very good. Rolo Boffin. Let's see. Woodhall. Oh, Woodhall. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going there. Okay, that's great. Yeah. That's great. Yeah, Woodhall. That's a great place. We're gonna go there immediately. Very excited about that. It's also really pretty. So that's yeah, it's definitely a nice place to go through, nice route to follow. So yeah, maybe if you were watching the beginning of this stream, you've seen this, but the very first quest that you get as a Hobbit character starts along this road that we're now driving off. This is we're gonna go to the Greenhill County, it was called. And this is the route that Frodo, Pippin and Sam walk to get to Buckland. So this should be very forested. It's not really in the game because, you know, they have to make the maps very small to keep them manageable in size. So they couldn't, I think they couldn't really, didn't really have the space to make like, yeah, to, oh, this guy, wait. Ah, I can't use the trade chat. This guy is selling free pipeweed. Oh, can I? I want to get some pipeweed from this guy. Ah, damn. Oh, getting attacked. Getting attacked. Yeah, oh wait, this is exactly the place. This is where the this is where we started a few levels ago. Remember, in the night, talking to the Bounder, there was ring wraiths, and Frodo, Sam, and Pippin passed by. Yeah, this is exactly where we began. Yeah, so that's fun to come back there again. Oh my god. Leadfoot, you're a hero. This guy was selling free pipeweed in the chat, so you can make pipeweed in Lotro. You can craft it. It has no use at all. It's yeah, it's completely useless, but it's fun. Yeah. So okay, this yeah, if you've watched the Shire video, you already know this, but this is important. So yeah, the hobbits travel through this area from Hobbiton. They go away. They go through the forest, and they spend the first night out, just away from the road, in this exact place, actually. This, yeah, I don't exactly think this is their camp because of this wagon, but I'm quite sure that this is the place where they chill out. And there's a specific reason for it. Apart from that it geographically lines up with what Tolkien described in the books, there's also this fox here. And in the books, when they rest here, they're, for a brief moment, this never happens ever in the books again. But you go into the mind of this fox, and the thoughts of this fox are narrated for a moment, and he's like really surprised that there are like 3 hobbits in just lying around here in the in the shade, and I believe it ends like, yeah, he would never know what was the cause of these hobbits being there, but of course it's this very big adventure. But that's exactly this fox, and the reason we know that is because there are quests in the game, no reason why, no idea why they're there, but they are there, that you play as a chicken. It's, yeah, don't know why, but there are some quests that you play as a chicken, and you talk to some animals spread throughout the Shire. One of them is this one, and he references that he's already surprised that there are 3 hobbits sleeping here, and then there's also a chicken coming to talk to him. So it's this exact place that the hobbits camped out for the first time during the night. So yeah, so we're following Frodo's journey at the moment, which is great. Here it becomes a bit more forested, a bit more like it was described in the books. Yeah, and here they now we're getting close to Woodhall, which is where we're actually going. But so if you've only seen the movies, you know that Frodo and Sam, they encounter some elves in the woods. They look at them from afar, watch them pass by, and then they get their whole thing with the Black Rider. In the books, they are chased by the Black Rider a bit sooner, or they get very close to it, and then they hear elves. So, and they stay with the elves for the night in a camp, and that's this camp. So it's called the Abandoned Elf Camp, because there should be no more elves here, only Orthier is here. With Galdor Inglorian is the name of the, leader, I guess, of the elf company that they stay with. And it's at this exact spot. So this is the little camp that the hobbits chill out in. It's a very nice spot. This is actually the thumbnail for the Shire video I made. Yeah, it's a lovely place. And this is where they stayed out. And hung with the elves for the first time. So that's the first time that Sam actually spoke to elves. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. And it's right next to this really cute town. Very different from most Hobbit towns in the game, because the houses are made of wood. It's very nice. It's just under this very big, really big tree over here. It's almost like a village of squirrels or something. Yeah, so so now we're here. So this was a part of Frodo's journey, basically.
Lovely day, isn't it?
Okay.
Good day. Might I have a word with you?
Let's see. We'll search for the missing wagons. Yeah, that's the wagon that we saw, I'm pretty sure. It's not a quest here, is it? Oh, it's a post quest again.
Might I speak with you a moment?
I'll do that later. Ooh, I got some Lothro points, lads. I got some Lothro points. We're finally closer to that horse. 20 points in, only 75 to go. Oh wait, and I gotta collect the pipeweed. Come on, we need that pipeweed. Also, like one of those typical things that serves completely no purpose in the game, like none at all. And but it's just really fun. Is there a mailbox? Is there no mailbox in this town? There's no mailbox in this town. How do these people live? What kind of... A postman without a postbox. That's weird. Well. Okay. Don't know. Woodhall is apparently in dire straits. Yeah, so we will go past the nice elf camp and go have a look at the wagon. So it's starting to get dark in the game. Of course, it has a day and night cycle. I read a little while ago, don't know where I read it, but that when the day starts in the game, the systems choose a kind of weather progression that the day will follow. So apparently when the new day begins, some kind of algorithm chooses a set of weather instructions, and that's what it will be for the next day. But now we're gonna enjoy this little sunset in the forest. Hobbit wagon. Loose pipeweed beds. So that's probably the wagon we were looking for. Well, worthy journey, I'd say. I've always played an elf, so I'm not really used to like this very small size of hobbits. Oh, look at that. It's a rainbow. I'm gonna take a selfie with you guys with this rainbow to commemorate the first time I've streamed. There we go. You're all on it now. Hope you were laughing. Right. Back to business. In the distance we can already see the old forest near Buckland. Awesome place also. Great inclusion into the game. Not something for this stream though. We'll stay in the Shire as I said before, but long goes missing
How
back.
do you do? Stay. And
Oh
have
boy. That's a fellowship quest for level 12. Don't know. Well, you know what? We're just gonna deliver some post
some tea.
again.
Might I speak with you a moment?
I mean, you know, If something is out of your depth, you just gotta stick to what you can do. And I'm gonna be the best postmaster in this game. More ruins here. Conies. Only one way to eat those, I've heard. In a nice stew. Perhaps with some potatoes, if you like. No one can say no to that. Except one very messed up hobbit, I suppose. Am I being attacked? Yeah, I'm being... Oh no, there are so many small critters here. I'm just trying to deliver my post, please. Leave me alone. I mean, it looks great, but come on. I'm just gonna deliver my post, get my pipeweed out of the mill. Harvest flies. Leave me alone, please. Yeah, there we are. New village. So this village is actually at the border of the Shire. It's called Stock. Unlock the stable master real quick.
Is there something I can
Thank
do
you.
for you?
And find the post office. And here's also a very big tavern here. Every town has a tavern in this game, which I feel is pretty accurate. I think some of them are probably named in the books. I'm not quite sure on the top of my head. No, the bird and baby in Mickle Delving is probably named somewhere. The Green Dragon, obviously. The Green Dragon is in Bywater. Here's the post office. There you go. Where's the next one going? Batchford. Not gonna do that. Yeah, so I mentioned this bridge a little while ago. This is the Brandywine Bridge. Oh yeah. That fiddle. Or is it a flute? It's a flute. That's great. Yeah, it's another great piece of music. It always plays when you come to the Brandywine Bridge. It always plays and it always sounds really good. So yeah, great place to come. And this is a very old bridge. Like I said, it's from the Second Age. It's very old. And this is the Baranduin in Elvish, the Brandywine. And that's Buckland over there. But we're not gonna go there for now. But it's really lovely. Yeah, so pipeweed in the mill. I want to get that. There's a mailbox finally. Should we get a drink in the bar? Should we get an ale? Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Ledfoot. That's great. Yeah, we're gonna get a drink, aren't we? We're gonna get a little drink in the Golden Perch. Well, don't mind if I do. Very big. The Golden Perch.
Hello there.
Oh.
Might I
Ooh, a
see
muff.
you?
Yeah. So, and we get. Well, we can't leave this quest, can we? We get a muffin and an ale. Collect the yeast from behind here or from outside. I just want some ale, some pils, as we would say in the Netherlands. Collect the yeast. Where's the yeast then? The brigand camp. It's over there. Okay. Couldn't you get yeast somewhere else? Well, I guess we found ourselves an adventure again. That's really far. Yeah, well, far. Oh yeah, this is the Stock Tower. It's an annotated ruin on the map. This is a lovely little. I really like these water effects. Like Lotro does this very well. Yeah, it's it looks a little dated, but it just gives off this really nice. Yeah. This game is a painting, man. It's beautiful. It's really lovely. But we have a quest to do, and while we're on our way to this quest, we're also on our way to, of course, a very important, you could say important place. Yes, it's the famed Buckleberry Ferry. So the ropes are cut on the ferry. I don't know if it's the Nazgul who do it or... Oh no, the hobbits themselves cut it, I think, so the Nazgul can't use it. so it's out of commission in the game. It's not used. It would be really fun if this would be like one of those Warcraft type elevators that would just move like across and back just constantly. Like it's completely unnecessary, but it would be really great. That's like something I would really love in the game. But yeah, it's out of commission. This Hobbit doesn't say anything about it, but the guy on the other side will mention that it's not used as they're investigating what happened. But yeah, this is the Buckleberry Ferry. This is where the hobbits ran away from the ring wraiths. And if you've read the books, then you know there's something else near here that plays an important role and is also misrepresented gets done dirty in the films. And it's Farmer Maggot. So this is Farmer Maggot's farm, Bamfurlong. Also, really nice music here, really pretty. With his dogs, those names are from the books. Those dogs are mentioned in the books, being quite vicious if they're angry with you. And this is Farmer Maggot, respected farmer. So during the Lord of the Rings, in the books, in the films, you only see his scythe as he's chasing Merry and Pippin through his crops because they stole his crops. He's actually really kind in the books, and after having chilled with the elves, Pippin goes with them to Farmer Maggot, and they stay at Farmer Maggot's house with his wife, and they eat mushrooms. Because Pippin used to steal mushrooms from his farm when he was a child, and that's kind of what's being referenced in the films. But it's actually really kind. He gives them extra food, and they actually take them to the ferry, the Buckleberry Ferry, by cart. It's very misty at that point, I believe, if I remember correctly, and they go to the ferry to cross the Brandywine to Buckland because they're going to Frodo's new house in Buckland. And he's just very nice to them, really. He's a very fun character, and he actually knows Tom Bombadil personally. He talks to Tom Bombadil, so he's not someone to be underestimated. It's not for nothing that they call him a respected farmer in the game. He's kind of a mysterious character if you think about it, because apparently he knows Tom Bombadil. No one goes to the Odd Forest, so maybe Tom goes to him. Tom obviously has respect for him. He says, I believe, I don't know the exact line, something like his eyes see further than most, or deeper than most, or something. Something like that. So, who knows? Perhaps Farmer Maggot is super powerful too. So yeah, apparently here I have to collect the yeast for the Golden Purchase Ale. And I really want that ale, so let's go get it. Do I have some juice? No, my juice is gone. Sad times. I need to get some more juice. Well, it's not literally juice, it's just lemonade. Oh my god. So this guy in the distance is sitting there on his horse, but he looks like a Black Rider from here, don't you think? I was kind of like, what's this NPC doing here? Ooh, this is really... Ooh, ominous. Really ominous. Oh, crap, I forgot. These are... Hey, it's a minstrel, and it's an elf? What's an elf minstrel doing here? I could not tell. Pretty sure... How deep is this yeast in this camp? Oh, he's a high elf. High elves have... some classes, like minstrel, have shouts that they do. And... Apparently they can... I don't know if this is true for every race, but they can... Usually they're the generic yells. For the high elves, they actually say stuff in Elvish. I don't know exactly what it is they say. But high elves, like lore-wise, I know a lot of people hate the introduction to the High Elves because it's very long. But lore-wise, oh my god. You could spend 3 hours just talking about stuff in there. There are so many amazing characters in that introduction. It's really ridiculous. Like super high, super high elves sounds kind of dumb, but like incredibly important figures, incredibly important historical. Oh my god, I'm gonna get absolutely killed here, aren't I? I think I'm gonna like aggroed like 3 of those guys. Oh, and all my healing potions are on cooldown. Oh no. Am I gonna make it? Please, I should not have thrown away all that food. Oh no, please, come on, crit for your crit. Am I gonna bleed to death? Am I gonna bleed to death? Am I gonna bleed to death? I'm gonna bleed to death. But I can revive for free. Thank you. First death. Shame. Well. I die for the yeast, so the beer better be good. World chat banter is always weird. Oh. One lag rules them all. Amen. Okay, I'm now gonna get smacked by this guy. This is not an easy class. I'm probably also doing it completely wrong, but that aside, it's easy to get killed. Although I did manage to kill 3 of those guys, who are all a level higher than me, so it's not too bad. But don't have a lot of. Also, I don't have a lot of fucking healing potions or anything. Like, usually you have like tons of them, but not completely. Yeah. Well, anyway, I got it, so now I'm gonna get my beer and smoke some pipe weed at the tavern. And while I'm riding there, I'm gonna eat some salted almonds. According to the ingredient list, this bag is 94% almonds. So probably 6% salt. Probably not good for you. But they're tasty. And I have a nut allergy, so this is the only nuts that I can eat. So I'll have to enjoy it. Alright. Golden perch. You better have some good beer for me then. Let's take this bar stool. Don't know if you knew this, but if you type /sit next to a chair, you sit on the chair. Don't know if I can drink something while sitting on this chair. Let's find out. No, I can't. All beer here comes in pints, by the way. Like, you always have like a big ass mug. And now I am inebriated. I've muddled my wits. How strong was that beer? That's like the highest level of drunk you can get in Lotro. Bloody hell. Well, then it was good beer. Perhaps even worth dying for. And these mathems are reputation items. So you have reputation in areas. And wow, I'm really drunk right now. Look at this. I'm standing completely crooked. I'm level 9. Farmer Maggot, sure, let's talk to Farmer Maggot, why not? He's a good pal. And also I'm trying to get to level 11, because then I think the next story quest comes at Lobelias. And I want to continue that. So yeah, the more quests, the better. And I would like to find the missing. Okay, so I'll basically, I think I'll just explain where this quest goes, because it's level 12 and that's gonna take a little bit of time to get to. So this hobbit is missing. He crawled as a dare from Pippin, actually. So thank you, Pippin, for that. Wow, this shot looks great because of this crooked camera. Maybe some advantages to being drunk. Oh, this looks really good, actually. But yeah, he crawled into a wagon transporting pipeweed to Orthanc, to Saruman, because at the end, after the Ents destroy Isengard, Merry and Pippin learn that Saruman has been creating a stash of firewood of pipeweed in Isengard, and it's all directly from the Shire. So so that comes from the South Farthing, the southern part of the Shire. So this hobbit, who was there to hide in a wagon, accidentally, at some point he describes that he traveled for days and days. And he was, he came to the tower, he says. So Orthanc, obviously. So he's accidentally transported to Isengard. And hey, there's a chicken actually going. Someone going in chicken mode. Yeah, so that's a really great. I'm very curious. So, in the next expansion, I know they're going to add Sarn Ford, which is, this map is not really detailed enough, but it's just below the Shire. So I wonder if the next expansion is going to include the South Farthing of the Shire, which would be really interesting, because I think there will be even more Isengard references. And also, it's the place where pipeweed is being farmed, so I think that area would look like very big pipeweed farms. And it would be really interesting how Standing Stone Games would give shape to it. So I hope it's gonna be included, but I'm not sure if it is actually. It would be really cool. I really wish I had some kind of healing skill, but I don't. Unfortunately. I should probably use my sneak skill a bit more too. I'm used to elves have like this racial skill that they can unlock, where you can sneak, but the cooldown on that sneaking skill is incredibly high, like really, really long. So, and it has the exact same icon as this one. So, I'm kind of not very... Okay, I'm stealthing, but I'm also singing to myself because I'm drunk. So yeah, I'm really conditioned to not use that skill very much, but the cooldown is only 10 seconds on the burglar, so I should probably use it a bit more. This is like some really cinematic... This crooked camera looks really good. I'm kind of, like always when I'm shooting footage, I'm like annoyed at the limited amount of control you have on your camera. So I wish this was just a permanent something you could enable, but apparently not. This does feel burglary though. Like sneaking up on people, stabbing them in the back. Violet Underhill, I hope she's near here. Oh yeah, she's a prisoner here. I'm gonna stab this guy in the butt. I wish it had a bit of a higher crit rate. Oh, well, she saw me. Because if I land a crit, I have like 2 follow-up skills. It's like really strong on a burglar, but okay. Well, there we go. Guess I need better equipment for it. Ooh, new skills. Ah, heal myself. It's like the game listened to me. And throw a knife, that's also cool. Alright. Level 10. Great. Oh, is this an escort quest? Probably. Lotro points granted. Well, that's always great. Okay, is she gonna attract all these? Yeah. Thanks for that, Violet. Oh, she is helping me fight, though. Did not expect that. That's a feisty, feisty hobbit lady. Well, let's get all these guys then. What does this do? Oh yeah, it confuses them. Oh. I now realize I had a bit more crowd control options than I knew I had. I really need more crit stuff, because I'm not landing crits, and if I land a crit, then I can also, it's my name, Crito, I mean, come on. And then this skill gets enabled, and then this skill gets enabled. I can deal like huge damage if I do a crit, so I need to do more criticals. Also, now that I think about it, pose a riddle. This is this skill, like this entire class. I explained this in the start of this stream, but this entire class is inspired by Bilbo. Yeah, this skill is obviously inspired by his conversation with Gollum, because yeah, he of course played a game of riddles. So that's really cool, actually. Don't know if Bilbo knew how to throw knives. He did know how to throw stones. Hobbits are very good at throwing things, so it's not actually. It's explicitly explained in The Lord of the Rings that they are good at throwing things. Don't exactly remember which context, but that's also why, like when the Ents are raiding Isengard, you see Merry and Pippin like throwing stuff at people, and you're like, well, you could try a little harder, but it's actually like a hobbit with a stone is risky. They know how to throw, apparently. So, a hobbit with a knife, pretty scary. They'll throw right between your eyes. Alright, we got her out. And I'm pretty sure that I killed enough brigands. More Lotro points, let's go. How close are we to the riding skill? Okay, she can make it on her own. 30, okay. 60, yeah, 65 more points. Oh, I spawned a dog. I have a dog now. The dog is just as big as I am. Great. It's really weird being so small. So I guess once again, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask in the chat. Ooh, one downside of these almonds, I can say, is that they have like these, well, not really a shell, but like a peel on them or something. And it leaves like small bits in your mouth, and your throat gets really dry. So I am gonna get a quick refresh on my glass of water. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Alright, got a little bit of water to flush those almonds away. Well, I'm definitely keeping this food now. If I had it last time, I wouldn't have died. Alright. Farmer talk to Matt Harfoot. Where's Matt Harfoot then? Oh, in stock. Okay, sure. We'll go back. 5 Lotro points. What did I do? Brigand Slayer. Okay. Bounder's Friend. I like that. But I'm gonna keep this title because this stream is obviously very much about the lore and the background of the Lord of the Rings, and its influence on the Lord of the Rings Online. And I feel like Of the Stores is a fitting title that someone would use in this universe. Some titles are quite silly in this game. Some are maybe even too silly. If that's even possible. I really like the lighting as well. It's like it's a bit weird because it's not. Oh wait, okay. So yeah, maybe this is worth repeating, but yeah, this is really my first time streaming. I usually make videos on YouTube about Lotro, and one of them is about the stars in Lotro, because there's a lot told about the stars, especially during the Silmarillion. And if you look at the sky, you may notice a few constellations in the game. I always wondered why these specifically were there. Turns out, apart from the fact that they are real constellations, they are based on real constellations, they are described by Tolkien actually. So this, in front of us, this big one, it's Orion in the real world. You can see his belt below. It's called Menel Magar, and it's kind of it's a foreshadowing of the final battle that will destroy the world, basically. Up there is the Pleiades. I kind of forgot what it was called in the Tolkien universe. It was a bit less significant, but this one is called the Vala Sirca, or the Sickle. Also, it's Ursa Major, of course. But this is put in the sky as a warning to Melkor or Morgoth, the great evil god that the Valar are always watching. So these three have been chosen to be highlighted by the developers. These are the only constellations in the sky that are explicitly visible. The rest are just textures. But I really love that detail. It's great. It's never mentioned. It's never. Yeah, it's just if it's there for you to see. And if you know, you know. And now you guys know what those stars are about.
How do you do?
And they're, yeah, it's great. It's a lovely detail. Alright. So, no longer drunk. That's great. I am going to show you the pipeweed, by the way. Oh, hello, dog. Big ass dog. What the fuck? That dog is just as big as me. Pipeweed. Pouch of pipeweed I have here. It's called Dragon's Breath pipeweed. So, the animation plays. We go and smoke some pipeweed, like a real hobbit do. And then I'm gonna blow it right into my poor dog's face. I'm sorry, Josie. But there's he, the dragon. So this is different for every type of pipe. There are a lot of types of pipeweed in the game. And it's different for every type of pipeweed. You know what? We're gonna do this leaf farm thing because yeah, are we gonna do that though? No, we'll go to the hill. See if there's stuff to do in Hobbiton. Because, you know, we all like Hobbiton. Hobbiton is a lovely village. So we're gonna take the travel. And we're gonna go past another village, actually. It doesn't have a stable master. I'm gonna just put this into cinematic mode for you so you can kind of enjoy the scenery. But there is a village called Frogmorton. It's kind of swampy. Or am I? I'm a bit too early, sorry. This is called Butchford. Also very pretty. The one I'm talking about is just a little bit later. This is Frogmorton, I think. Very close. Should be a small town near here. This horse is pretty fast if you look in first person mode. Yeah, this is Frogmorton. Very, very cute. In a bit swampy, lots of willows. Also has a tavern, believe it or not. But it's very cute. Frogmorton, yeah, there you go. So these bounders are all type of guards. I maybe will cross another one, but I believe they kind of scale with the maximum level of the game. So yeah, these bounders are level 140, so don't want to mess with these guys. Oh, wait, I'm gonna dismount here because this is interesting. This stone is called the Three Farthing Stone, and that's because the Shire is divided into farthings. I believe only three: the east, west, and south farthing, and there you have Buckland attached to it. And the borders all coincide on this area. So it's kind of like this. So this is the east farthing, west farthing, south farthing, basically like that. And this point, their borders all coincide. I can actually show you, by the way. 1 second. So I have this book here. It's called The Atlas of Middle-earth. I already mentioned it about a little while ago. And it's full of maps. It's full of maps of the world. Quite detailed, actually. In some cases, you're like, this must have cost an awful amount of time to produce. But it is really, yeah, it's really nice to leaf through occasionally. And in instances like this, it's actually semi-useful. So I'm just leafing through the maps, gotta go all the way back. I know there's a map of the entire Shire. At least I thought. Or is it in the Book of the Lord of the Rings itself? That might be the case. Actually, I think that's true. Which I also have handy here, because I knew there was gonna be a point where I would need it. So... yes, there it is. Damn it, finally. So, what I'm gonna show you is a very small map of the Shire. And you see these striped lines over here. Those are the farthings, and this is the Three Farthing Stone. It's yeah, my camera's not good enough and the light's not good enough to really show you. There are 4 farthings. Actually, there's also a North Farthing. I see now. Technically, there's a third Three Farthing Stone. Yeah, but that's what this is. So that's what this stone is. So this stone is actually mentioned in the book as well, on the map. So now I dismounted, so gotta get up the horse again. And this is perhaps the most famous tavern in the Shire, the Green Dragon. It's got a bit of a unsavory music to it. Are there any known hobbits? Don't think so. They're not really named. What does this quest do? Green Dragon. Well, we gotta do a Green Dragon quest, don't we? Like it's there. I don't know if there's maybe if someone from England is watching, you can tell me. But in Dutch we have a word for like your standard bar that you go to. Jeez, where is this then? Oh, it's all the way up there. That's really far away. We call it stamkroeg. So a kroeg is a bar, and stam basically means your. Yeah, the literal translation is log. I don't really know how to translate that properly, but it's like your home bar, basically. Your standard, where you always go. Second living room, we also call it. So don't know if there's an English word for like your home pub, but the Green Dragon is the home pub of Frodo and Sam. So, you know, important landmark to have visited. Very important. Oh yeah, Ted Sandyman is one of the hobbits that they're drinking with in the beginning. He's a dick. He's an asshole. He really helps screwing up the Shire later in the books. Yeah, a lot of fireworks going off over here permanently. Gotta be expensive to keep all that up. And to Sam's father, do I want to do that? Yeah, it's free XP, you gotta do it. Gotta collect some apples. You know, like I said, well, more than an hour ago, if the Gavver gives you a quest, you do it. He's the father, and he's probably the best gardener ever, if he has taught Sam. So we'll just collect these apples, if he asks that of us. And also the music in the Shire at night is very, very peaceful. It's like this very soft. It's either a harp or a classical guitar. I think it's a harp, but it's very relaxing. And there's like this YouTube channel that collects all the soundtracks of Lotro and makes like very long videos where all those soundtracks are put together. I believe if you Google on YouTube, if you search Lotro soundtrack or something, you'll find them. Their YouTube icon is the minstrel logo. Yeah, which I kind of nicked with using the Lore Master logo, but you know, sorry about that. But it's a great channel. Whoever does that is really helpful for me personally, because I also need yeah, I also use the music of the games in the background, and yeah, I get them from there usually. So it's really great that that a channel like that exists, and the Lotro soundtrack is really, really good. It's really worth listening to. Lobelia, you have a story quest for me. Thank you very much.
Don't walk off.
Great.
I need to speak with you.
Goblins on the edge of the Shire. Oh, we're going there. Oh, yes, perfect. Yes, that's. Oh, yeah, I really want to go there. I wasn't really sure yet if I was going to quest or going to stream until, like, it's now 11 o'clock for me, from till 11 or until 12. But I'm definitely going to do this. Definitely going to do this first. Yeah, so the northern, this is called the Bindball Wood. It's also present on the maps of the Shire that Tolkien drew. Or I believe his son actually drew them for him. But yeah, it's there as well. A nice forest. Well, nice. I say nice, but there are a lot of spiders over here. And a barrel, whatever the hell this contains. That's the quest for the green dragon. So we can go do that when we're finished, but first we're gonna go to the green fields, because the green fields is another very interesting place in the Shire. Yeah, once again also mentioned in the Golden Shire Theatre. Can't leave that. Should come across it. I mean, we all know from the movies that the hobbits love potatoes, so if you see one, you take it. Oh, look at this. Also, very cozy looking hobbit houses in the forest. I really like this forest. It looks great. Overhill. A lot of quests here. Maybe not for now, though.
Stay and have
Yeah.
some tea.
Not for now. First we're gonna do this prologue quest, because there's something there that I want to talk about. But this is just a great, yeah. The Shire is just so peaceful. It's something I never get tired of, because I was also thinking, like, because I was gonna talk about lore in this stream, to play a high elf, because high elves have a lot of interesting things in their introduction, and they also say a lot of interesting things. There's just a lot of interesting things there, but I don't know, for some reason, Edith Lewin is very nostalgic for me. My main character, which I started 11 years ago, is an elf, so I've quested there a lot, but at some point I do get tired of it.
Hello.
It's a bit too hazy. I don't know what it is. That makes it that at some point I'm just not really interested in questing there anymore. But the Shire never gets old. I always love going to the Shire. It's just I think maybe it's the diversity. So it's not too big of an area, but like here you have an actual forest. Up here is the green fields, a very big field. Here's just like British style countryside. You have a swamp here, willows, water. I don't know. There's just there's just enough like different landscapes. While Edith Lewin, the elven part of Edith Lewin, so Edith Lewin is over here. This part is all elvish. I think pink trees, a bit hazy, quite nice, like nice, very nostalgic for me personally. And this is all dwarfish, so this is all snow, and this is all, well, not snowy, but still mountainous and dwarfish. But I don't know. At some point, it's just
Just a moment.
don't know.
Take a moment of your time.
Don't. At some point, I'm kind of done. I've seen it. Don't have to go back to it again. And this is just perfect. So this town is called Scary. I don't.
What do you need?
And we're gonna search a rabbit hole because they've seen local people have seen goblins here, and well, goblins are of course quite dangerous creatures. You wouldn't really
Could I take a moment? of your
expect
time?
them to be here. But there's some precedence here, and this is really the reason I wanted to come here, because these are the green fields, and there's a battle that took place here called the Battle of the Green Fields. And I think if you've seen The Hobbit, you might know what I'm talking about, because there's a moment where Gandalf mentions that like Bilbo's very far descendant was like a hobbit that killed a goblin king, and that's actually true, because there have been a few crises, I'd say, that the hobbits have been through. One of them, there are two very heavy winters that have been there. One of them was so heavy that the Brandywine River froze over, and there were a lot of wolves that attacked the Shire. They're actually Bilbo lived through that. Bilbo was old enough to have lived during that event. There was another, I think, very dark, hard winter. There's also an assault by goblins. So there were goblins in the north, around here, that attacked the Shire. This is quite long ago. I'm not exactly sure how long ago, but quite far before. You know what? I can look it up actually. It's quite far before the Lord of the Rings takes place. Battle of the Green Fields, it's called. Yeah, the first battle in the Shire. Okay, so it's 2740 of the Third Age. I'm pretty sure that's about 200 years before the Lord of the Rings events, I think. Something like that. Yeah, the hobbits fight against goblins, and eventually the biggest hobbit, the tallest hobbit that ever lived, called Bando Brastuk, he was big enough that he could ride a full-sized horse instead of a pony. He used his club he decapitated the goblin leader, and he smashed his head off with his club. There's a statue in the town here. How's the town called? Broken Borings. It's also, all these towns here are all on the maps of the Shire, so they're all real, I guess, in that sense. They're all based on something. And you can see actually this statue up here is him using his club to smack this goblin's head away, and this goblin was called Golfinbul. So the first four letters of Golfinbul are golf. So that's well, it's supposedly canon. I think it's kind of a small joke by Tolkien, but that's supposed to be the origin of the sport golf. So that's very funny.
Day, isn't it?
Ooh, more gear.
Might I have a word with you?
Yeah, and use these muthums, get some reputation, don't mind that at all. And I think I have to check something here. I've got to look where the tavern is in this village. Because I believe it's this one. There's one tavern in the Shire apart from the Green Dragon for... Well, the Green Dragon is interesting for obvious book reasons, but there's another one that's quite interesting. I believe it's the one in here, but I'm not entirely sure, so I have to find it. Otherwise, it's probably in Overhill. But I'm not entirely sure. I might be wrong here. Otherwise, we'll look for it. Plow and Stars. Don't think it's this one, actually. Oh, Lotho is here, actually. Sackville Baggins. Yeah, no, it's not here. Unfortunately. It's another one. But it's basically... Tolkien was part of a group of writers called the Inklings. C.S. Lewis was also a part of that. That's the guy who wrote the Chronicles of Narnia. And they would meet together. Oh, this is a nice, pretty dexterous hobbit. They would meet in a pub, and that pub is, I think it's called the Bird and Baby Inn, actually, but it's also present in the Shire. Defeat goblins. We have to kill goblins here, all the way up there. Okay, gonna do that. We're probably gonna visit that tavern too, because if I remember correctly, it should be in Mickle Delving or Overhill, something like that. But I believe there are some NPCs there that are named after some of the members of the Inklings, and I'm not quite sure. But I've read a lot about this. I didn't know it was there, especially not when I was making that video about the Shire that I have made, because otherwise I definitely would have included it, but I didn't know at the time. But it's yeah, it's a great detail, one that I really want to see myself. So we're supposed to find some goblins here. So far not having any luck, so I think I need to be a bit further north. So yeah, these are the green fields. This field is where that battle that I was talking about happened. So probably a lot of goblin remains in the soil here, and it leads to a different area. Which is why I'm not quite sure I'm going in the right direction, because now I'm going to Lake Evendim, and it's definitely not something I can handle at the moment, because that area is level 30 to 40, I believe. And we're only level 10. But I've got to find some goblins somewhere. This looks like a good place for goblins. Yeah, goblins. Found them. Ooh, some of them are quite strong. Maybe I should stab him in the back. Ooh, I'm a bit nervous for this. Okay, use my double slice and use the feint attack. Yeah, okay, pretty good. Need to kill 10 goblins, my god. Do it yourself, man. Asking a local hobbit to kill 10 goblins, that's steep, I'd say. I'm not gonna try to bother with those orange goblins. Those are too strong for my taste. Or should I? No, I should try. I mean, aren't burglars supposed to take on much bigger enemies than themselves? I'm just gonna daze him until my skills go on cooldown again. There we go. That'll teach him. Also wish I had some kind of skill to remove status effects like bleeding, but maybe I'll get that later. Ah, he saw me. Maybe I was not completely in stealth yet. Luckily I have some Athelas potions by this time. So yeah, I think most people will have noticed this, but the healing potions are called Athelas essences or salves or whatever the last bit of the word changes per level, but yeah, so they're infusions of the Athelas plant that Aragorn uses to yeah, to help alleviate Frodo's wounds. I had food though, didn't I? Yeah, maybe that could help. And the mana potions, well, mana is called power in this game, and they're called Celebrant salves. Celebrant is the river that runs through Lothlorien. So, yeah, not really directly have anything to do with magical power, I guess. Oh well, maybe it kind of does. I mean, Lorien is kind of a magical place, but yeah, at least they thought about it. Did that? I thought there was another goblin here, but it's gone. Well, let's get this lad then. Good old stab him in the butt. Oh, they're not as strong as they seem. Orange, oh, and apart from the fact that they make me bleed a lot, that kind of sucks. They don't know of a way to cure that at the moment. Well, look, I don't only need to kill 2 more goblins. There you go. There we are. Okay. I want to get out of here. Can I go through there? Yes. Kill 10 goblins. I hope Halros is happy with me now. Still have a thing sitting in my mailbox. Maybe I should check that too. Frodo leggings, that's a good one. Occasionally there's some gold nuggets hidden in the world chat. Occasionally it's also full with dumb people, but sometimes there's funny stuff. Sometimes when I travel through these areas, I kind of try to imagine what it was like when this game first came out, like when the population was a lot bigger. Ooh, I got a really good sword from that. Yeah, that must have been really cool. Having like this large amount of players. Ooh, some equipment. I've really not been paying attention to the stuff that I have in my inventory. Because like when I started playing 11 years ago, it was not like, I'm not exactly sure on the history of the player base, but it wasn't bad or anything. But it's never been like WoW size or Guild Wars 2 for that matter. I've played that MMO a lot. That's also like the population is quite small, which is on the one hand is nice because it's like manageable, and well, as we can tell from the lag, the servers are really not capable of handling any more traffic than it already is. But sometimes I wish you would see more people. I think that's also really a part of the reason that I started making the YouTube videos that I make. Because I really want to show people who think like, well, it's an old MMO, I'm not gonna bother with that. That like there is something of quality. The word quality makes me immediately think of Faramir, the captain of Gondor, to show his quality. But yeah, something worthwhile at least. And I think there's really no other, like to a certain extent, even the movies aren't as close to the original material as this game is, in certain ways. Yeah. So it's also kind of, if you look back on it, it's 15 years old, this game. That's ridiculous. That's really long. Like, who knew that MMOs could last that long?
Can I take a moment of your
Yeah,
time?
okay. This quest I really want to do. After that, we're gonna search for the tavern that I was talking about. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. I think back then, I don't think that developers expected games to be able to go on for that long. It's really, yeah. Turns out there's longevity in it. And also, like as a long-time player, I feel like lately Standing Stone Games is really... Holy fuck, okay. That's 3 spiders. Why are there 3 spiders here? Oh my god. Sorry, I got interrupted by 3 arachnids trying to tear my head off. Yeah, I feel that the content that has been added basically... well, Mordor was pretty... like they tried. It's not like Mordor was bad, but everything beyond Mordor has just been really inspired. Like really, you can tell they were really trying to do something awesome. And I think that the Minas Morgul expansion, so after Mordor you have some areas like those Hobbit areas that I mentioned, like Northern Mirkwood, and that's really amazing. But I think Minas Morgul comes after that, and that might actually be one of the best expansions that they've ever made. It's questing wise, it's so good. I haven't tried the raids, but I've heard they are also pretty good. But I haven't tried them. But oh, the questing, the quest design there, like the sequence of quests that you do, is so good. It's like you wouldn't imagine being able to enjoy questing in a place that's so evil, and yet they managed to do it. It's really well done. So yeah, back to what we're doing. We're doing a quest where we have to yeah, find a skull inside this burrow. Well, it's not really a burrow, it's a quarry. A quarry infested with spiders. And yeah, so you probably already know, or have already guessed, that this is the skull that I was talking about earlier, the skull of Golfinbull. This was that goblin whose head was... Oh, what's this? Oh my god, I'm gonna get so killed here. What? Oh, well, now I see why this is a fellowship quest. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die really bad. Yeah, okay. Well, we're not gonna get that skull then, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a fellowship quest. Yeah. Yeah. That got me. Well, we're not gonna get the skull then, unfortunately. But you can see it on my on my YouTube channel. The very first YouTube video I ever made was on the Shire, and the skull is in there. I also explained the whole story of that skull, and yeah, there you can actually see the skull. But that was the reason I'm excited about it. It's like a very small detail, but it's because it was the first time I remember being really impressed with the fact that they added it in. Like all the ways, and it's like such a concrete object as well. Like it's like this small white orb, and you're like, wow. You know, when you maybe if you're at a museum or at an archaeological excavation or somewhere, and you see like an object that just really sparks your imagination. I don't know, that skull really did it for me. I just...
Could I take a moment of your time?
Bundle for Bywater, that we can do, yeah. Yeah, it just really, I don't know, for some reason it hit me. I loved it. Yeah, I love that detail very much. Gonna deliver some more posts, because, you know, why not? We have to go there anyway. So yeah, look the video up. Although it's not the best video I've made, because it was the very first one, and also the audio is only on one channel, so kind of a rookie mistake. But that skull I really love. I really love that detail. Now we're just running through. I think it's already getting a bit brighter in the distance. The night is already coming to an end. So we've been questing for a good long while. Level 11 we are. Oh crap, the skull thing is actually a story quest as well, so that's a bit of a problem that we cannot get it. But, yeah, that's a problem. Unless there's anyone online right now, like I don't have that much time anymore to stream because, you know, it's 11:30, but if there's anyone in the game right now who wants to very quickly kill some spiders with me and plays on the server Evernight, you're welcome. Otherwise, just leave it for some other time. For now, I'm just gonna deliver some mail and dodge these nosy hobbits trying to interrupt my business. Bit bummed about that skull, but you know, there are worse things in life. I will just go to the Green Dragon. All these people in the chat are riffing on the lag. And into the ring he poured his cruelty, his malice, and lag. I like that. That's very silly. Oh yeah, here's the post office. And the reason we could go here is because...
Good day. Might I have a word with you?
Because we also had the Green Dragon quest that we did. We found that dwarf barrel. Let me get in, please. Yeah, the server is lagging, I know. Oh, also my inventory is full. I should clear up some inventory space. And then I think we'll go to Mickle Delphine, because I think that's the tavern that I was talking about. But first let me sell my stuff here. A bow. I wish I could use one, but I can't. Bows are, yeah, they're always cool weapons. I've never played as a hunter, actually. A hunter is kind of like a very standard class to start with, because it's pretty easy and it has a lot of utility things, like there are some fast travel options and tracking and like some very good stuff, but I've never played one. Should I get, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do some active role playing here. So, we're really nearing the last part of the stream, because I'm, you know, we've been going on for about 3.5 hours actually, which is not a bad score, I would say. So, I'm gonna pour myself a small glass, because it's nearly bedtime, of port. Graham's port, to be exact, tawny port. Very tasty. And I'm gonna get myself a little... would they have port here, do you think? No. But I got some nice wine for my hobbit, for Crido. So... oh, I gotta clear my inventory space.
Why are you bothering me?
Oh wait, I already did. Why do I have this overflow then? Oh yeah, I gotta loot that. There we go. Yes, okay, finish that quest. Oh yeah, and I got a beer for it. But we're gonna get some wine now. And I'll drink the wine in game and in real life. So, yeah, I'm not gonna finish up just yet. Gonna continue for about 20 minutes, but I see there are quite a few people still watching, so I would like to already say thank you. Cheers. There we go. Very good. Well, I've already muddled my wits in game again, so this hobbit's liver is not that resilient. Actually, we're gonna take the quicker route to Mickle Delving. Where does this travel skill actually go to? The Delving Fields. That's not really a good place. Gonna take the horse ride, the automatic horse ride. Because you know, looks like I'm really not in a state to be steering horses at this moment.
How do you do?
Mickle Delving, take me there, please. Thank you. A nice black pony. Sit here and sip some port in your guys' company. Very good. So yeah, I'm sitting here thinking about what else is good to tell about the Shire. Thinking about some lore things. But we've covered a lot. We've seen a lot of the area, which is great. Oh, I missed one spot that I really like. Forgot to show it to you. It's like so there's a reason the Bywater is called Bywater, because it's next to the water, which is this. Yeah, I don't remember if it's this pool or this entire stream, but that's that little stream over there is really nice. It's a great place for fishing. In this game, you have like the dumbest thing ever. Well, it's dumb. It's a bit weird. It's called the hobby panel. There are supposed to be multiple hobbies in this game, but there's only one, which is fishing. And it does nothing. I believe there are some fish that you can catch that you can actually use if you're a cook, but nothing exciting, except for like achievements and some role playing, I guess. Which means that I have done a fair bit of it on my main character. I've definitely maxed out fishing and got all the fish trophies and whatever you can get. But it's a nice place for fishing. The water. It's very nice. So I think this is supposed to be the tavern that I was talking about. I hope it is very enthusiastically singing to himself, which I also do when I'm drunk, but I'm gonna save you guys that despair at the moment. So standing is too low. That's this is definitely it. Yeah, this is it. Look, Jack Lewis down. So this is a reference to C.S. Lewis. I'm not familiar with all the names of the Inklings, but these are all. Oh, there's a rabbit over there. Yeah, there's also something with this rabbit. I don't really remember what it is, but all these names. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I ought to know this. If I show this to you, then I ought to know what's going on. Inklings. Yeah. So yeah, Google is your friend. And they were all, a writers association. So these guys, Charles Williams is one of them. So Carlo Williams. And Owen Barfield, which is, Owen Farfield in this case. So these were all, direct friends, and they lived in the Eagle and Child. Oh, they met in the Eagle and Child pub. So the Bird and Baby Inn, Eagle and Child. It's very cleverly done. Don't know what that rabbit is for, actually. I've read about that there is something with that rabbit. I don't know. But yeah, so this is really a really great reference. I really love stuff like this. I really they're like it's like dumb stuff like someone like maybe normal people would wish that like their idols, their favorite singers or something were still alive when they're passed away, but I really wish Tolkien was still alive. that you could still have interviews with him or something. But yeah, that's not how life goes. But that's a really good Easter egg. I think we're gonna go to the water and gonna go over here to the north because it's kind of a different landscape from normally, and there's some fun stuff over there. No, we're not gonna go to Bywater anymore. It's a nice place. If you play the game, look it up. It looks pretty. That's it basically. It's a nice pond. But we're gonna go this road up to Needlehole, and then we've basically been everywhere. Which I did not expect to do in this stream, but I managed, so that's good. Wonder if we could catch the sunrise. It's 4 dawn, so it might, but I know that these, trust me, I know, because if I want to get like footage for my videos in daytime and it's night, I know I better start doing something else, because it takes like 2 hours before the cycle is finished. But who knows, maybe the dawn is soon upon us, and then we will have some daylight to finish this stream off with. And we are just passing by a little quest, so maybe just go by there. Oh, and then, oh no, I have another idea actually. Oh, look at me go. I have too many ideas for this stream. Too many interesting things. This is all protection quest. Am I gonna do this? I don't really feel like it. No. Sorry, Johnny. I will see you some other time. We're gonna continue, because I don't want to take too long anymore. I gotta do stuff tomorrow, but I still want to show you guys some things. Or talk about some things. Do I dare take some more almonds? Probably. Yeah, so this is the Rushrock Bog. This is also on the maps in Lord of the Rings. It's a bog, it's a swamp. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think, really nice thing about this game. Sorry for talking while eating. Like, if you see something on a map, like, you can go there in this game. That's what I really like. If you're like this, oh, also here's a stone troll that got caught in the sunlight. But like, you see something on the map and you wonder, like, whatever, the Bindball Wood or Butchford or the Rushrock Bog, what would that look like? And I think that's the cool part about this game, that you can see at least one interpretation of what it would look like. Yeah, I just love that. Even though, well, in some ways this place is pretty, but in other ways it's kind of nasty. It's probably not a very nice place to be in real life. Very damp. And some stinging gnats following you. Also, I have that email. Well, technically it is email, but I have to check that out. So this is Needlehole. Also, I think mentioned on a map. Yeah, we have this random collect money bag. No, I'm not gonna collect anything. Leave me alone. I'm gonna unlock the stable master. There's some dwarfs here. God knows why, but they're here. So some dwarf hobbit interaction. That's fun. There are actually, maybe it's not so strange, because especially in the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings, they describe that there are dwarves traveling through the Shire, because they go through to Thorin's Hall here. So they go through the Shire from wherever they come from in the other parts of the world. They travel through the Shire to Edith Lewin to Thorin's Gate. So it's not that strange actually that there are dwarves in this place, now that I think about it. But we're just gonna follow this road out of the Shire. Very scary. Of course, we've already been to Archit. I already forgot. We've already been out of the Shire technically. I'm, like I said, I'm of the stores. I'm an adventurous hobbit, and I dare to go out of the Shire. But I think, yeah, most of you probably know where I'm going, but a little while ago, a new area was added to the Shire called the Yonder Shire. It's well, we're entering it right now actually. This place used to be that you just traveled, you had a portal, and then you were from here to the Blue Mountains, which is geographically quite a big jump. Oh, thank you, Arabani, for the thank you for the congratulations. You're joining at the nearing the end, unfortunately, but it's been a very nice stream. It's been a very nice experience. So I'll probably if I can figure out how to do that, I'll probably re-upload it on YouTube because I really enjoyed it. Yeah, we're now in the Yonder Shire, which is a sort of travel hub basically, between the regular Shire, Lake Evendim, which is over here. This is Anuminas, where one of the Palantirs was stashed, and Editluin. So this is a really like one of the newest areas in the game. They it's way more modern than the rest of the Shire that we've seen so far. I think the best place to actually show that real quick is... Oh, also I'm gonna unlock the Stable Master.
How do you do?
You already know where I'm going, or you can guess if you've been watching this video. Yes, there we are. We're looking for the tavern, obviously. I mean, the cornerstone of Hobbit society. Yeah, look at this. I think I've heard a lot of people say like this is next gen, guys. This is a tavern. It's huge for one. And it's oh my god. I really want, like, you have housing in this game in Lord of the Rings Online. You can buy a player house. There are different neighborhoods in different places. There's one in the Shire. I want a neighborhood here, like a modern Hobbit neighborhood, and I want a tavern in the neighborhood. It's look at this. This is man. It's beautiful. It's really, really beautiful. I could stay there forever. It's great. And if you play the game at this moment, then you have probably used the free quests coupon. And I'm pretty sure the Yonder Shire is included in that coupon. So, I'm sure actually, because I'm not a VIP on this character and I can quest here, so I'm sure it's part of it. He gave me some more pipeweed. Leadfoot, you are a hero. Yeah, okay, that I don't care about. I have more pipeweed from our benefactor. He gave me Gamwitch braid. Don't know that one. I'm just gonna drive right through Yonder Shire and we'll test that pipeweed real quickly. Great. Geese over there. It's lovely. Oh, and the sun's coming up as well. Oh, that's perfect. Lothos Bounder. So yeah, Lothos Sackville Baggins kind of takes over a bit of control in the Yonder in the Shire, in the books. He kind of screws up the Shire in many ways. And here in this part, there's already some references to it in the quests of the Shire, but in this place in particularly, they do a lot with it. They go a bit further. So story-wise, also really well thought out, because the Yonder Shire is not, it's not a canon place. It's just more Shire, and they had to call it something, and it's over yonder, so it's the Yonder Shire. And of course, the Shire, like in the map of the Shire in Lothar, is quite small compared to the actual size of the Shire as it is in the books, which is almost always the case with maps in Lothar, because they have to be playable. My voice is hard to hear. Is this better? Sargoreth, thank you for the congratulations. Thank you very much. I hope is my voice a bit easier to hear like this? I was maybe going a bit into soft mode. Little bit, okay. Can't put it much louder, I'm afraid. Like this. Hello? Yeah, now it should be a bit better. And the sun's coming up, so that's great. And this is... We're nearly leaving the Shire. I really have to be careful not to get killed by whatever is here, because there's a lot of stuff here that's way higher level than I am. So I have to be really careful. I hope my voice was good for the rest of the stream, because I was planning on uploading this. So. Oh. So, enemies with purple names. The elements getting to me are really dangerous, so I have to be a bit careful here. It's not that hard to juke them, but you have to watch yourself. Oh, there's a wolf in the middle of the road over there. It's really... So this area is really new. Like this is a transition area between, well, the Yonder Shire, but the Shire basically, and Edith Lewin, the elven part of Edith Lewin. And I've read in interviews, I believe, that it's been a really long wish of the developers of Lotro to add this region. They actually wanted to do it for a very long time, because the geographic leap that you make from the Shire to they don't want portals. They don't want loading screens. They really want to make a world that you can travel through without having to load a new area. But because geographically these two areas were not attached to each other, they had to put something in between, and that's what the Yonder Shire is, partially. And I just really love that they want to do that, because, yeah, at some point, like already you can walk from the Shire to Mordor without loading screens at all. Well, no, I think without loading screens, actually. Depends on the route that you take. And this transition is just so... It's so well made. And now it's just... Yeah, now the world is just one thing. You don't have a portal, you don't have a loading screen. And now we're in, yeah, Falathlorn. This here is where the elven homes are. And we're driving just past it. So now we're in Elventown, and we're gonna drive all the way, right, all the way to Salondim or Calondim. I don't really know how you pronounce it for sure. Probably Calondim, if I think about it. But and from there we'll take a horse back to the Shire, and then the stream will close, unfortunately, because I have to go to sleep soon. But we're first gotta get back to the Shire, of course. But yeah, this is Edith Lewin, the Blue Mountains, a very... yeah, also, lore-wise, a bit of a vague place, I'd say. Like, Thorin's Hall is obviously where Thorin and his company... Well, where Thorin resided after all their kind got kicked out of Erebor. But all these elves here, I'm pretty sure these are all... Yeah, made up by the by the developers, because the only thing that's near here is the Grey Havens of Círdan, and the Kingdom of Linden. But this is not yet. Yeah, it's sort of that. It's an kind of a branch of that, I suppose. But it's a lot less nested in the books as the Shire, compared to the Shire, which is why I chose the Shire to do this stream on. Yeah, it's a bit easier to talk about. So, but this is the this is the starting area of the elves. It's very elvish in that sense, and there are, well, mountains. They're not blue, but you know, can't have everything, I guess. And especially the town that we're going to now is, for me, pretty nostalgic. It looks basically the same as it did 11 years ago when I made my first character, so I always have fond memories of that place. And yeah, so to the Grey Havens, yeah, the Grey Havens are of course somewhere here. I bet that will be added sometime in the game. There are rumors that that's actually what's coming after before the Shadow expansion, because they said something about salt water, but that could be a lot of things. Of course, it could be Harad as well, or Umbar, even Rune, if possible. Rune is this sea over here, but it could also be here. But it could also be the Grey Havens. It could even be this place. It's called what's this called again? I have a map. Minhiraith, it's called. I have a map on my wall of Middle-earth, because of course I do. If I have a Prancing Pony mug, then I also have a map on my wall. Good for checking these kinds of things. But yeah, the Grey Havens would be cool. I'd be very curious to see. Numenor DLC. That would be insane. That would I would be sort of. It's like, it's so cool you can't be mad about it, but lore-wise you should be mad about it if they do that. It's not completely canon, but it would be really cool. But yeah, I'm really curious to what they would make of the Grey Havens. That would be very, very nice to see. Yeah, so Kalondim, this little place here is where you spawn. This is actually the elf prologue quest, so you can actually do the prologue quests of other races if you want to. I'm not gonna, but you spawn here. And this little dock here is well, some boats which they probably take to get to the Grey Havens, I'd guess. Yeah, so this is all elf land, so I'm gonna go take the stable master to Mickle Delving.
What can I do for you?
There we go. Luckily that is fast travel, otherwise that would take ages to get there. Don't forget my board. And there we are again. And it's day. It's day again. So we made it. It's always great traveling around Middle-earth like this. Yeah, I think on that note I'm going to end this stream for tonight. It was really quite a spontaneous idea. I didn't really think that much about it. I was like, well, it seems fun to me. I'll try doing some streaming. I always have a lot to talk about when I play these games, and I always talk to myself. I think that's really cool, and I never have anyone to explain it to. Yeah, so this was really fun. Didn't really prepare a lot. Thank you very much, Sargoreth. I hope everyone enjoyed it. I'd like to thank everyone very much for watching. I didn't really know what to expect audience-wise, but I see quite a lot of people have turned up, so I'd like to thank you all very, very much. Yeah, I'd like to thank you all very much for attending. I really enjoyed it. Now I'll test this last bit of pipeweed that we got from our random benefactor. And yeah, so I'll probably be publishing this VOD. I'll probably upload it on YouTube, and I'll probably put it online on Twitch as well. So if you missed parts of the stream, you can look them back. It was quite fun. I think it. Well, ooh, it's a fish. I think it was. Yeah. If you enjoyed this, then maybe you'd like to watch it back. And yeah, for the last time, my main thing is making videos on YouTube about the best details of Lord of the Rings Online's maps related to the Lord of the Rings books. So if you want to know more about the impeccable attention to detail that the LOTRO developers have for this game, yeah, feel free to check my YouTube channel out, Burning Embers, same name, on YouTube. Yeah, see you around. Don't know when the next stream will be, but I think I'll be doing another one. So feel free to follow if you want to know when that's up next. Well, thank you very much, guys. Have a very good evening. Goodbye.